Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, both to those who are here with us in the hearing room in Edinburgh and those who are following proceedings on the live feed. Now, I think we're able to begin very shortly with Ms Goldsmith, Mr McGregor, but do I understand there may be an additional document?
There's one additional document, my lord. So it is a document that is mentioned within the bundle. It's a letter from Mott MacDonald dated the 4th of March 2014, so it would have been an appendix to the final business case. I noticed that isn't actually there, so just for clarity to make sure that the document's there, but it shouldn't be a new document for anyone.
So it's not a new document, it's just a document that hasn't found its way into the bundle?
It's not found its way into the bundle, that's correct.
Right. Nothing arises in relation to this. Right. Ms Goldsmith.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms Goldsmith. Now, you've given evidence before, and as you will understand, you're about to be asked some further questions by Mr McGregor, counsel to the inquiry. Before we begin, I understand you will take the oath.
Yep.
If you're just sitting where you are with your right hand raised, would you repeat these words after me? I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
That I will tell the truth.
That I will tell the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms Goldsmith. Now, I don't know how long your evidence will take. We will take a break. If it hasn't finished by a sort of mid-morning, we'll take a break then. But if you want to break for any reason or no reason at all, but just feel you can indicate that, you must feel that you're in charge.
Okay, thank you.
So if you want to take a break, we will take a break. Mr McGregor.
Thank you, my lord. You are Susan Goldsmith, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've provided a witness statement to the inquiry covering the period from the commencement of the procurement exercise until financial close in relation to the project for the Royal Hospital for Children and Young People and the Department of Clinical Neurosciences. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, that witness statement will be found for anyone following in the electronic bundles in Bundle 13 from pages 430 to 450. The content of that statement is going to form part of your evidence to the inquiry, and I'm also going to ask you some questions today. There's a hard copy of your statement that should be available to you. If you want to refer to it at any point, please do just let me know. If there's any specific documents that I want to take you to, those should come up in the screens in front of you. If for any reason you don't see any of those documents, please just do let me know, because today's not a memory test. So anything that I do want to take you to, I'll endeavour to try to take you back to documents to try to refresh your memory. You obviously provided a statement previously and gave evidence at the hearing in May 2022. Your evidence was on the 17th of May. And at that point, both in your statement and in your evidence, you covered off a lot of your background details, your career, and you confirmed that you used to work for NHS Lothian, retiring in May 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that you previously were a Director of Finance for NHS Lothian, and you were the Senior Responsible Officer on the project from 2012 until 2015. Is that correct? Thank you. I'll just take all of that as read, unless there's anything that you want to update the inquiry on in relation to your background and qualifications.
No.
Thank you. I want to begin by asking you some questions about your involvement as Senior Responsible Officer and the decision-making process. Now, part of the inquiry will obviously involve considering decisions that were made both by you as Senior Responsible Officer and also by the Board of NHS Lothian. Now, I'm aware that we're looking at events a number of years on and looking back with the benefit of hindsight. But really just at the outset, I don't want to go on and look at the detail, but I think it would be helpful to try to understand the context that you were operating in between 2012 and 2015 and some of the pressures that existed on both you as Senior Responsible Officer and also the Board of NHS Lothian. So could you just try to explain to the inquiry what pressure, if any, was NHS Lothian under to replace the Sick Children's Hospital at Sheens, really from 2012 onwards?
So there was significant pressure on the board, not necessarily from the public, although the public, there was, occasional media interest in what was happening with the sick kids and both with DCN. But as a board, we have responsibility for the provision of safe, high-quality patient care. And as a board, we had made a decision in 2008 that both the Children's Hospital and I think maybe it was 2009 when the decision was made that Department of Clinical Neuroscience is required to be replaced as well. So at that point, the board was already acknowledging that the facilities were no longer fit for purpose, both in terms of the quality of the fabric, but also the design and the way in which clinical services had to be provided from those old facilities. So the board, had made a decision some years previously, and at that point, I think that the expected date of the reprovision was something like 2012, 2013. I suspect that was a bit unrealistic at the time, but nonetheless, there was that expectation and public expectation that those facilities would be replaced. But of course, by the time we got to 2012, we were nowhere near re-providing both of those facilities because we didn't have a signed contract to have those facilities built. So there was pressure. Obviously, there's always endless pressure on the NHS, but that was one that was strategically important to the board. And so, as a consequence, there was a concern of where we were at that stage.
So just so I'm understanding this, 2008, NHS Lothian recognises that the building, the provision for sick kids in the Lothians, not fit for purpose, with an intended target of having a new hospital operational by 2012, is that correct?
Yeah, 2012, 2013, that.
We know that the procurement exercise essentially begins in 2012 through 2013. So by the point that you're undertaking the procurement exercise, you're already beyond what was the original target date to have the hospital operational, is that correct?
That's right.
So again, if we were just thinking a bit more detail, and we'll come on to look at each of the stages, but 2014, preferred bidders appointed. Some of the minutes suggest that there's tensions with the proposed preferred bidder prior to financial close. So by that point, you're in 2014. Still no contract signed for a hospital, far less an operational hospital. Can you just try to explain some of the pressures that you felt under as SRO and the pressures that the board of NHS Lothian felt under in that period in 2014?
I think one of the key issues for the board was that, there was clearly recognition that this was a complex contract. The board understood that delivering a PPP project is never straightforward, and particularly for a hospital that has a high technical specification. I think the biggest challenge and the pressure I felt most profoundly was the fact that I wasn't able to provide any certainty. So it was the lack of a programme. So there had been multiple programmes and multiple sort of dates about when this hospital was anticipated to be ready. And so by 2014, the lack of a programme for delivery was the thing that was causing certainly me personally most anxiety and clearly the board, because once you have a programme, at least, even if it's not, being delivered as quickly as, you would have liked, at least you have some degree of certainty. And in 2014, we didn't have certainty. And so there wasn't really a narrative at that point that we could, reassure the public, and patients and staff. It was still aspirational at that point. So I suppose that's where I felt the most pressure, was not being able to provide any kind of confidence around a programme.
Thank you. And if I could ask you just to have it in front of you, a section from the final business case. So that's Bundle 10, Volume 1. And if we just looked at page 142, please. So you should see towards the bottom of the page, there's a section 2.11.1 service risks. Do you see that?
Yes.
What's stated there is failure to deliver this project would see NHS Lothian continuing to provide RHSC and DCN in facilities without sufficient capacity for the demand placed upon them. Limits on the available theatre and bed capacity means that meeting waiting times is unsustainable in the long term. The inclusion of patients 13 to 16 in RHSC emergency department activity would risk their ability to meet the 4-hour unscheduled care target. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So whenever you're talking about the lack of certainty, are you meaning a lack of certainty in terms of when NHS Lothian could address these issues?
Yeah, but yes, absolutely. And so when the new facilities would actually be open, because actually in parallel we had obviously also prioritised capital for what would be called backlog maintenance, or facilities that we knew we were going to keep, as opposed to facilities that we were about to dispose of. So there was also that challenge that we hadn't invested. We never had enough money for any of the backlog maintenance, but what money we did, we would then prioritise it against facilities that we were going to keep. And so that was the other pressure as well as capacity. There was also a continuing deterioration in the facilities.
Because again, if we just think about this period prior to financial close, and we'll come on and look at the minutes that suggest there were tensions, pressures, difficulties, but it might be suggested, well, why didn't you just pause? Why didn't you iron out every last detail before you signed the contract? Why didn't you think about going back to the second placed bidder? From your perspective as SRO sitting on the board of NHS Lothian, were any of those options realistic options given the difficulties that you've explained to us? No,
I don't think we ever. We may have, speculated at some point, but I don't recall there ever been a serious conversation, and certainly about walking away from the negotiations with the preferred bidder. And certainly personally, I felt a huge responsibility to keep the momentum going. I saw that as my prime responsibility, was to make sure that we worked our way through all the problems, and that we kept the momentum going. We moved it on. It might feel like it was glacial at times, but we moved it on, because delivery was really, certainty around the programme was the thing that I felt most pressure on at that point.
And you say you felt a pressure to move things on. Is that because of all of the issues that we've discussed in terms of the inappropriate facilities, the delay, and what you saw as the need for certainty to address those issues?
Yes. And just going back to the sort of previous time I appeared here, we'd also spent a significant amount of time and energy and effort and then resource in resolving all the issues with Consort, and that had taken a long time. And we were seeing progress on all those, in fact, because we had the supplemental agreement signed, and that was the trigger to allow us to go out to procurement. The works that Consort were contractually obliged to deliver were then underway. So, so that was, yes, obviously we could have then gone back and found another provider, but it just wasn't a consideration. It was just keeping going on what was a difficult and complex project.
Thank you. I just want to ask you a few questions about your role as SRO. You've explained in your statement that effectively the SRO was a link between the project team that was doing the granular level of detail and the actual board of NHS Lothian. Brian Curry is the project director. What's your level of interaction with Mr Curry? How often would you be meeting with him and discussing matters?
Frequently. So I would have routine one-to-ones that would cover just normal business, you know, issues with the team, just normal business. And then it's difficult to remember, but we used to have weekly meetings on the project, a sort of catch-up meeting. So it was frequent. And then I would see him obviously in the project steering board. You know, he would support me when we had the Finance and Resources Committee coming up. So very, very regularly.
And presumably with Mr Curry, you discussed the issues and challenges relative to a complex infrastructure project like this.
Yes, I mean, Brian was very good at, I think, as an exec director, recognising what issues needed to be, you know, escalated or that were of concern for Finance and Resources Committee, and there were issues that, you know, the team were dealing with. So I got a sense of the challenges and some of the tensions. Well, more than a sense, I was very aware of the tensions in trying to progress this. But so Brian regularly briefed me.
And in terms of an issue, if an issue had to be escalated, so Mr Curry raises an issue with you and says, I think this is significant, how serious an issue would it have to be raised through Project Steering Board, Finance and Resources Committee, and ultimately to get to the board of NHS Lothian?
I mean, it's obviously a matter of judgment, but generally something that would go to the board would be some issues that were likely to compromise the delivery of the board's strategy. So the programme, that was something that the board were frequently updated on, was the uncertainty around the programme. There would also any issues of resource utilisation, and then anything that was project specific went to the project steering board. So I'm just I'm not articulating it very well, but it was, I guess, things that related to the programme and the delivery of the project and resources would have to be escalated to the board. Any sort of concerns about that, anything that affected reputational risk for the board, anything that would affect changes to the strategy that we weren't able to deliver it in the way that the board had articulated, then that would go through the board, the committees, and then the board. But most matters the board would expect the management, the executive and the management, to deal with and resolve through the management structures, which for the project would be the project steering board.
Thank you. And I want to move on and just ask you some questions about the environmental matrix. So on the project, there was an environmental matrix that was used as opposed to room data sheets produced using the activity database. And you tell us in your statement at paragraph 6 that wasn't something that the board of NHS Lothian would be cited on. Do you have a recollection of who or what entity made the decision to have an environmental matrix rather than room data sheets?
No, I don't know. The project team would make the decision because there was multiple documents. So, and the project team would, when I say the project team, I mean that in the widest sense. So it would be employees of NHS Lothian who were on the project team plus advisors. So that decision would have been reached as part of, those individuals coming together and agreeing what the suite of documents were that were to be provided to the bidders.
But in terms of that granular level of detail, in terms of exactly what goes in an invitation to participate in dialogue, that's something that project team and advisors are dealing with. That's not something that you're dealing with as SRO or something that's being escalated to the board of NHS Lothian.
No, absolutely not. I mean, if you just, this is one, significant piece of business for the board, but one bit of business amongst hundreds. This is a capital project. There's multiple things that the board needs to consider, and so the board would never have the capacity nor is it set up that way. It's a board of governance, not of management, to actually be involved in the detail of documentation. The board's consideration was obviously around the reference design, which was a move away from standard practice for PPPs, but the inclusion of the environmental matrix was a matter for the project team.
I appreciate that you weren't involved in that decision, but obviously the environmental matrix, I imagine, is a term you're never going to forget. It's something that you've come on to know a lot about. Throughout your time with NHS Lothian, did you come to understand why a decision was taken to have an environmental matrix at all? And the reason that I say why was it included at all is certainly my understanding is NHS Lothian's position is ultimately it was for bidders to put forward a technical solution to meet their requirements. And this environmental matrix wasn't a document that could be relied upon at all. So do you have an understanding of if it's a document that can't be relied upon by prospective tenderers, why include it at all?
So it really, I guess, so I do have an understanding of why it was included. So the main driver for, the subsequent inclusion of the environmental matrix was the inclusion, the provision of the reference design, and the board did make an active decision to use the reference design, and the purpose of, or the reason for that decision was that there had been extensive clinical engagement in the development of the reference design, both for the Children's Hospital and then for the Department of Clinical and Neurosciences, and then again further clinical engagement to bring those two together into a new reference design for a combined facility. So there had already been extensive work on the design. And so the board did not want that work and that input, which was time heavy of our clinical teams and also resource heavy, to be lost. And so there was extensive discussion with all the parties, the board, SFT, Scottish Government, and our respective teams on the inclusion of the reference design, because it was a departure from a normal PPP project. In providing the reference design, the board recognised that the NPD provider would then develop that design. So this was not the full worked out design and they would just start on site. So the board recognised that the design required to be developed and taken to the next stage. And so the environmental matrix, which is, a technical articulation of what's in the design, work had been done. So the view was, as I now understand it and accept that it was reasonable, was that this is the work that we've done to date. And if we're providing the reference design, then it makes sense to provide the supporting documentation that has been developed to date. But recognising that once we signed a contract, once we got to financial close, then the responsibility, the professional responsibility and the contractual responsibility for the development of that design, the further development of that design and the technical specification in support of it became the responsibility of, as it so happened, IHSL. So I do understand why the environmental matrix was provided, and I think that was a reasonable position for the team to take. I wish it hadn't, but...
So, again, so I'm understanding, I think you state within your statement that there had been a significant sum of money that had been spent on developing the capital project, approximately £2 million spent at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there's an understandable desire on the part of NHS Lothian, and by that I really mean the board, that significant public money that's been spent simply isn't squandered or wasted, whatever word you want to use. That's completely understandable. I think one thing I'd be interested in is when that thought process is being gone through of we've spent a lot of money, we don't want to waste this.
Yeah.
Do you recall there being any technical advice that was sought in terms of whether that would be an appropriate thing to use for a revenue-funded project? So to take work done on a capital-funded project, whether that would be something to slot in as appropriate on a revenue-funded project?
We did take technical advice, and if I recall correctly, we asked our technical advisors, MOTS, to actually give us a view on the benefits and possible disadvantages of including a reference design. And if I recall correctly, it was that paper, it might not have been that actual paper, we used that paper to ask the Finance and Resources Committee to support management's view that we should use the reference design. Clearly, we wouldn't reference the environmental matrix because that was a supporting document, but we took technical advice, and we certainly had extensive discussions with SFT because they clearly had PPP expertise and commercial expertise. So my recollection is that that was very much a joint decision from all the parties, the authorities, so to speak. But we did actually, as a board, we took technical advice as well.
So again, just so I'm understanding this, the board, I think understandably, thinks we spent £2 million developing a capital project. If there's any way that we can use this and not waste that money, that's what we want to do.
Yes.
Is that correct? They then speak to Scottish Futures Trust, who's got experience of revenue-funded projects, to see if this would be an appropriate thing to do. Is that correct?
It sounds as if it was a one-off discussion. It was a thread from the moment that the decision was made to move to an NPD project. There was multiple issues to resolve, not least the consort stuff that we discussed the last time. But as part of those discussions, the use of the reference design was one that was a thread through probably, it probably took a year. I can't really remember, but, it took us a long time from the decision being made to ultimately being able to go out to tender, and that consideration of the use of the reference design was part of that, that basket of issues that we sat around the table and discussed multiple times. I'm sure we got legal advice as well. I can't recall, but it was certainly one of the long list of things that we needed to conclude on before we went out to tender.
So discussions with Scottish Futures Trust, who they're not saying don't use a reference design?
No, I mean, they came to the table, with us, and it was a question for them as well. So does the board use the reference design or does it not? So they didn't, they didn't come with a fixed position. They recognised that, as well as the resource utilisation, there'd also been a significant amount of clinical time, and clinical time is incredibly valuable. So there was a recognition that asking, clinicians to come back to re-engage once again, some of them, for the third time, was probably not the best use of their time. So my recollection, and it is a long time ago, my recollection is that we all came to the table with that as a question mark, and then jointly we worked through the pros and cons, and ultimately the board, as a statutory authority, had to make the decision. But by the time we got to making the decision, all parties had got comfortable with the recommendation to Finance and Resources Committee.
And again, just to cover matters off, decision being taken, we don't want to waste the work that we've done.
Yeah.
Engagement with Mott MacDonald in terms of using the reference design, and as I understand your evidence, Mott MacDonald aren't saying don't use a reference design, and if you are using a reference design, don't use an environmental matrix. Is that correct?
That's right, that's correct.
One other issue that I think you've addressed within your statement is the Chief Executive Letter 19 of 2010. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And again, I think you say that as Senior Responsible Officer, really something like the technical detail within the Chief Executive's letter, that's not something you would be dealing with as Senior Responsible Officer. Is that correct?
No, these letters come in. I mean, there's multiple Chief Exec letters that come in, and they go to the lead director, and then the lead director disseminates them to their team. And for me, Ian Graham as Director of Capital, Brian Curry as Project Director would then take the professional responsibility for ensuring that we meet the requirements of those Chief Exec letters.
Okay, so in terms of the NHS Lothian side, in terms of who would be aware of or dealing with a Chief Executive letter like Cell 19 2010, that would probably be Ian Graham.
Yes, that would be Ian.
And the reason that I raised the whole issue of Cell 19 2010, it's mentioned within the procurement document, such as the invitation to participate in dialogue. But what it suggests is that an NHS body undertaking the design and build of a new hospital should be using room data sheets produced using the activity database system as both a design and a briefing tool. I appreciate you weren't aware of that at the time, but have you subsequently become aware of that requirement within the Chief Executive's letter?
Yes, I have, yes. I would have a general sense of it, because I've been involved in capital projects for a long, not just this project, but projects before it. So I would, I would understand the concepts and broadly what it meant in practice.
And again, what that Chief Executive's letter says is use room data sheets produced using the activity database as a design and briefing tool. Or if you're not doing that, you as the NHS body have to be satisfied that what you're doing is an equivalent. If the environmental matrix goes in and you don't have the room data sheets produced using the activity database, do you know how NHS Lothian satisfied itself that approach was going to be an equivalent design and briefing tool to room data sheets produced using the activity database?
I think I would struggle to answer that question, I'm afraid. Do you want to just try it again and then I'll see?
I think the question that I'm asking is, Chief Executive's letter says an NHS body should use room data sheets produced using the activity database as a design and briefing tool if they're going to have a new hospital. If you're not doing that, you, the NHS body, has to be satisfied that what you're doing is an equivalent of room data sheets produced using the activity database. Now, you say fairly you're not aware of the content of the Chief Executive's letter. So who within NHS Lothian would be satisfying themselves that the approach, i.e. not using room data sheets as a design and briefing tool, whatever approach was being used was an equivalent of that system?
That would be a combination of, in my world, that would be Ian Graham and Brian Curry.
And do you know if they took any external advice on these issues, or is that something that would be with your knowledge and remit? I mean,
there certainly would be discussion about it, but I would be speculating. I mean, I know there were it was another issue that'd be, a lot of discussion on, but I wasn't part of the discussion.
Thank you. If I can now move on and just ask you some questions about Mott MacDonald, who were the lead technical advisors. So in the period from the start of the procurement exercise up to financial close, what was your understanding of what Mott MacDonald's role was?
So Mott MacDonald were providing the technical expertise that we, didn't have in our team, the engineering expertise, the mechanical engineering expertise, and they were supporting us on the procurement exercise. So they would be supporting us in terms of the documentation to be issued, and then the evaluation of the tenders that came back, and then the competitive dialogue. So they would specifically be there because they were able to scrutinise technical documents and technical information for us. And so, yes.
So again, understandably, gaps in the detailed technical knowledge for things like mechanical and electrical engineering on the part of NHS Lothian, and need to bring in specialist advice and those specialist advisors for the procurement exercise to deal with the technical issues are Mott MacDonald.
That's right. It's not that we don't have technical people. Of course we do in our facilities and capital, but the magnitude of this project and the very specific and specialised technical advice that was required meant that, we wouldn't have ever had the capacity, and we would have had gaps, significant gaps in our team. So that's why you bring in technical advisors.
Thank you. If I could ask you to have in front of you, please, bundle 2, page 28, which is the contract between Lothian Health Board and Mott MacDonald Limited. Bundle 2, page 28. I think we might be having some technical issues because it shouldn't be a blank screen that you're seeing in front of you. Everybody, I'm not sure if you want to have a break to see if we can resolve the technical issues, or if you want to continue simply with the documents been showing on a laptop, but I don't think that will mean that anyone that's following on the live link will be able to see the documents.
This one here.
Right. Ms Goldsmith, do you now have
I do, yes.
a document?
I do, yes.
Not the screen that you were working from, but
No,
the,
but yes,
screen,
on this
screen
one.
on your left. Will that do for present purposes?
Certainly from my perspective, the only issue obviously is that anyone that's following on the live feed won't be seeing the documents being displayed, and they won't be displayed on the screens. It's not an issue from my perspective, but it's just if anyone is following matters in that way, they won't see the documents.
Well, this is a document that's available in the bundle for anyone who's interested. Well, what I would propose, subject to anything that is said elsewhere, is that you simply continue, Mr McGregor, maybe bearing in mind that part of your audience doesn't have the document, which would obviously involve making sure that the page references are given, and maybe taking points a little bit slower. And we'll see if we can address the technical problem in the break.
Thank you. If we could look to bundle 2, page 28, that should be a contract between Lothian Health Board and Mott MacDonald Limited. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if I could ask you to look on to page 86, please. I think it'd probably be helpful if we could zoom in to look at some of these entries, because they're quite small, but you'll see at the top left-hand corner, it says Royal Hospital for Sick Children and Department of Clinical Sciences Technical Advisor Scope, Section A, and then it says Core Technical Advisor up to Financial Close. Do you see that?
Which bit is it?
So bundle 2, page 86, top left-hand corner should say Royal Hospital for Sick Children and Department of Clinical Neurosciences Technical Advisor Scope.
Oh, yes.
Do you see that?
Yes, I see that. Yes.
And then it says Section A, Core Technical Advisor Role up to Financial Close. You'll see a reference section which has got a series of numbers going down, a description of the work, and then there's various parties, including Davis Langdon, Mott MacDonald, Thomson Gray, and Turner and Townsend. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So, for example, if we look at what Mott MacDonald were engaged to do in the period to financial close, if we look at box 1, which is management and coordination, they were to act as lead technical advisor and point of contact for NHSL client. Do you see that?
Yes.
With a fee of £121,914 being paid for those services. We then look down to entry 10. Do you see an entry?
Yes.
Prepare invitation to partake in dialogue ITPD, including output specification, payment mechanism, etc. for procurement process, all prepared in association with client legal and financial advisors. Do you see that?
Yes.
With a sum of £111,494 being paid for the preparation of the ITPD. Entry 11, ownership of output specification, coordinating inputs from the team.
Yeah.
And if we look to 13, prepare reference design documentation as appropriate for inclusion in ITPD with a payment of £5,210 for that. Then if we look to 16, check reference design for compliance with all appropriate NHSL and legislative guidelines and requirements list as pre-agreed with NHSL and identified derogations with a payment of £2,605. Do you see that?
Yes.
So if we just look at the items of task that Mott MacDonald have been engaged to do, at the point that the procurement documentation is going out, tenders are being assessed. At that point in time, given the tasks that are set out in this contract, did you have any concerns that invitation to participate in dialogue, reference design, environmental matrix are going to have any errors or any non-compliance with any published guidance?
No, the opposite. To be honest, I had confidence that we had, a good team in place. And so, and certainly that, in discussion with, over the course of the project, we got positive feedback from, there's also tensions with Multiplex, but positive feedback about the quality of all our advisors. So I would say the opposite.
Thank you. And I want to move on and ask you some questions about risk allocation. So within your statement, you tell us that your understanding is that on a revenue-funded project, that design risk would sit with the project co. Is that correct?
That's right.
Can you just explain why do you have that view? How did you come to form that view?
Because you're essentially, transferring the risk to the private sector for translating your operational requirements, your functional operational requirements into a technical design for the building of the hospital on the basis that the provider has more, maybe not necessarily more expertise, but, will take risks, will be innovative in their design, and you'll get, a better output for that. So I suppose it's the basis of the revenue-funded projects, is that you pay through revenue stream for the private sector investing a significant amount of capital in a project for you and bringing their expertise on design, innovation, taking a risk-based approach to it.
And perhaps if we could just look to the final business case, so Bundle 10, Volume 1, and if we could look to page 151, you should see about a third of the way down the page within the final business case, there's a subheading 4.1.3, Agreed NPD Risk Allocation. Do you see that?
It's just...
So it's Bundle 10, Volume 1, page 151. About a third of the way down the page, there should be an entry 4.1.3, Agreed NPD Risk Allocation. The final business case states, this section provides details of how the NPD associated risks have been apportioned between NHS Lothian and Project Co in line with the SFT standard form NPD project agreement. The general principle is to ensure that the responsibility for risks should rest with the party best able to manage them, subject to value for money. A key feature of the NPD model is the transfer of inherent construction and operational risk to the private sector that traditionally would be carried out by the public sector. Figure 4 outlines ownership of known key risks as per the model for NPD programme. Do you see that?
I do.
For NPD contracts. And then we see the risk description. It's number 1, the design risk, and the allocation is that would sit with Project Co. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the construction and development risk, again it's ticked that would sit with Project Co. Do you see that?
Yes.
So again, we'll come on to look at some of the documents in more detail, but is your understanding working on the project effectively what's set out in the final business case as to where the risks would sit?
No, absolutely. I would say, though, in theory, in practice, it doesn't always quite work like that. But yes.
That was really a point I was going to want to, because within your statement, at various points, obviously to be helpful, you've set out your own subjective understanding of what's meant by various provisions in the invitation to participate in dialogue, your understanding of certain provisions in the contract. But presumably you would recognise that some of those views may be controversial.
Yes, I would.
And that you're not offering any form of expert view, you're just offering your subjective understanding from working on the project.
So subjective and lived experience. So it's more than subjective. It's you know what I've experienced in trying to deliver those projects.
Yes, I think all I was really driving at is what we see in the final business case. That's your understanding of what should have happened.
Absolutely.
If that hasn't happened in the contract, from your perspective, something would have gone wrong. Would that be correct?
I'm not sure something's gone wrong. I think that's probably too black and white. I think these projects are really difficult, really complicated. Sorry for repeating that, but the reality is that they are, and things do go wrong, and it's not always crystal clear what the cause is of the problem, and so that allocation, you know, it cannot always be translated into a black and white interpretation of what's gone wrong.
Indeed, and again, I think it follows from what you've said previously, but presumably you would accept the specific risk allocation for a specific project would depend on the specific terms of an individual contract.
That's right, agreement. Yes.
Thank you. One issue that the inquiry's heard quite a lot of evidence about from varying parties is whether or not the environmental matrix was a mandatory document that a prospective tenderer had to comply with, or it was simply included for information and it was then for them to develop. And I understand from the evidence you've given today and your statement is again, your understanding is that it was a document that was provided to try to be helpful to prospective tenderers, but it wasn't a binding client brief. It was for them to take it on and develop it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we perhaps just look within the invitation to participate in dialogue, if we could look to bundle 2, please. And look to page 799. So we're within the invitation to participate in dialogue. See towards the top of the page that there's a bold heading 2.5 hierarchy of standards.
Yes.
If we skip the first paragraph but look to the second paragraph beginning where contradictory, it states where contradictory standards stroke advice are apparent within the terms of this section 3 of Schedule Part 6, construction matters and the appendices, then subject to the foregoing paragraph, then 1, the most onerous standard or advice shall take precedence, and the most recent standard stroke advice shall take precedence. When the more onerous requirement is to be used, the board will have the right to decide what constitutes the more onerous requirement. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And in terms of thinking about things like the environmental matrix, this, I think, section 2.5 is something that you rely upon in your statement.
Yes.
Can you just explain why you're relying on this section 2.5?
Right, well, it's clear that the board had the right. I mean, at the end of the day, the board is the client, and the board is ultimately paying for the facility. And so this sets out that at the end of the day, it was the board that had the right to decide what requirement was or standard was expected. There may then be a commercial discussion about that, although there ought not to be because it's set out quite clearly. So if there's conflicting or a lack of clarity between different standards, then the board would have the right to say, actually, this is the standard that applies for these rooms or this department. So that would be my understanding of this.
And again, just as a matter of ordinary language, if there was perhaps 2 contradictory standards that were set out, do we see in 2.5, it's saying it's going to be the most onerous standard that a prospective tenderer should be held to.
That's right.
Thank you. If we could then look on, still within the invitation to participate in dialogue, if we could look to page 873, please. And if we could look to the bottom of page 873, you see there's a bold heading 8, mechanical and electrical engineering requirements.
Yes.
You see there's the first sentence states, Project Co shall provide the works to comply with the environmental matrix. Project Co shall, in carrying out the works, comply with the following non-exhaustive list of mechanical and electrical requirements. Project Co shall provide mechanical and electrical systems that create a state-of-the-art building with innovative design. Do you see that? Yes. Again, perhaps this is more for the project team rather than you as SRO, but it's really just for your observations. If the environmental matrix was simply a guide, something that couldn't be relied upon, why did the ITPD have a provision in it saying that Project Co shall provide the works to comply with the environmental matrix?
I would only be speculating.
Thank you. And would that be the same effectively for the contents of the invitation to participate in dialogue? Am I right in thinking that's something for the project team? And we've also seen from the contract with Mott MacDonald, a document that Mott MacDonald were to ultimately produce for NHS Lothian. Is the content of that document something that you would have a general awareness of, but not something that you as SRO or sitting on the board of NHS Lothian would be involved in the content of the document?
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't have had the capacity, and nor should I have been involved in the detail.
I'd now like to move on and ask you some questions about closure of competitive dialogue. And if I could ask you to have in front of you bundle 8, please, page 5. Bundle 8, page 5, which should be a set of minutes of the project steering board from the 29th of November. That's the 29th of November 2013. And you'll see in terms of attendees, you mentioned there Susan Goldsmith. Do you see that?
It's not come up yet. Just that's it now. Yes.
So it's
Yes, I've
bundle
got
8,
that.
page 5.
Yes.
And it's minutes of the project steering board from the 29th of November, which is the 29th of November 2013. This is we'll come on and look at what's recorded in the minutes, but just to refresh your memory, this is the point that decisions made to close competitive dialogue. So if we look on to page 8, please. You see at the top, there's a heading, Risk 8, Programme Delay in Reaching Financial Close. Do you see that?
Yes.
So the minute records, BC raised again the project team's concerns about achieving financial close with the preferred bidder in 6 months. PR asked how the planning activities for the preferred bidder period were progressing. BC confirmed that a processing agreement was in place with CAC and that a 6 to 8 week period of pre-application discussions with determination in August-September was planned. CAC, NHSL and the bidders confirmed that these timescales were extremely challenging through dialogue. The resultant 3 months judicial review period will run beyond the programmed financial close date and may adversely influence funders' ability to close. Do you see that?
Yes.
So again, just at this stage, even in 2013, these concerns about the programme and getting to financial close, that's something that's of concern at this level within the project steering board.
Yes, I mean, that was consistent. Brian, as project director, was clear in his advice to me that it was highly unlikely that we would be able to achieve financial close within 6 months. So I was well aware of that, and I would have made Finance and Resources Committee aware of it as well. Maybe not captured in the minutes, but certainly in discussion.
Thank you. And then if we look to box 6, procurement progress recommendation to close dialogue. So it says, in addition to the progress updates circulated, BC spoke to the tabled paper recommending close of dialogue. There's then a discussion, or then there's then a recording of what's discussed. If we look over the page onto page 9, third paragraph there beginning, SG asked the steering board.
Yes.
See that? So SG asked the steering board to confirm their support for closing dialogue as planned on 6 December. PR noted that while the points discussed were outstanding, he saw no reason for them not to be completed in the next week to achieve close of dialogue. BC summarised the position that the team had reached with 3 affordable bids for designs that meet the board's requirements. The team were to be congratulated on this achievement, and SG asked BC to pass on her thanks to the wider project team. The meeting agreed to the close of dialogue and issue of the invitation to submit final tender on conclusion of the key stage review. Do you see that?
Yes.
So really just in terms of, hopefully that's refreshed your memory of the decision to close competitive dialogue, but certainly the minutes don't seem to suggest that there were any particular issues or problems or difficulties that were being highlighted by Brian Curry to you or to the project steering board. Is that your recollection?
Yeah, yes, I think that it had been huge. My recollection is it had been hugely challenging to have dialogue with 3 different parties, but that it had gone as well as could be expected. And at this point, there were still some issues that needed to be resolved, but that at this point we felt confident we could resolve those issues and close dialogue. So yes, certainly I felt that the dialogue phase had gone well.
Thank you. I'll move on in a moment just to ask you some questions about the assessment of tenders and the appointment of preferred bidders. But just before we move on, it's just one point in relation to the evaluation criteria themselves. You tell us within your statement that you had concerns about a 60-40 split between price and quality. Can you just explain to the inquiry what concerns did you have about having a 60-40 split in terms of price and quality?
Well, from a board perspective, quality has always been, the quality of patient care, the facilities in which that patient care is provided from has always had a very, it is obviously clearly our prime responsibility. And although we also have, financial responsibilities, we've always tried to give those equal weighting. So this skewing towards cost at the expense of quality was something that didn't sit well with the board's criteria for evaluating any sort of proposal that came forward. So that's why we were concerned that we thought it should be 50-50 or more skewed to quality than resource, but certainly more balanced.
And why couldn't you change it to a more balanced approach, 50-50 or 60-40, but the other way around?
At the time, my recollection is that this was the criteria that this was the condition of accessing the NPD funding. So it was determined by SFT, presumably with Scottish Government support, that this was the criteria that to secure the NPD funding. So we did then use a pass-fail route for some things that we felt were, of significant concern to the board in terms of the quality of the facilities, to try and mitigate that, as we saw, imbalance between cost and quality.
So pass-fail to make sure that there's a base layer of quality.
That's right,
before you then get into the assessment of the 40% weighting for scoring of quality itself. Thank you. I now want to move on and just ask you some questions about the assessment of tenders themselves. Was that a process that you were involved in as SRO, or was that something that was left to the project team and Mott MacDonald?
That was very much left to the project team. I'd, as a board member, I had to also make sure that I wasn't involved in the scoring, because I would then receive, I almost had 2 hats on, as an executive. Obviously I was overseeing the process, but ultimately I also had to be part of the decision making of the board. So I was certainly not part of the scoring.
No, I think you tell us within your statement that you're not involved in the scoring, and that effectively you get told the scores in
Yes.
terms of the three bidders and what they've been awarded, but that's really what you're told. You're not really told about the assessment process itself. Is that correct?
No, I mean, I would just trying to remember. I mean, there was clearly a process that was agreed around the assessment and the scoring, and so I would be aware that that had been discussed and agreed with the project team. And again, that project team includes the advisors, and SFT would have been involved in that as well, and they would have, through the key stage review, satisfied themselves that approach was appropriate. So I would take assurance from that, but I certainly wouldn't be involved at all in the detail of it.
So you know about the process that should be followed, but not how that was actually applied
That's
by the
right.
team on the
Yes.
ground. So, for example, if we take one issue, there was one bidder C, who changed values within the environmental matrix. So IHSL, who's successful, doesn't change any values within the environmental matrix when it submits its tender. One tenderer, bidder C, does submit a marked up environmental matrix. Is that something that you were aware of before financial close?
No, I wasn't.
If I can ask you to have in front of you, please, Bundle 10, Volume 1, page 5. Which should be in the top left-hand corner, NHS Loading, Finance and Resources Committee, and it's the minutes of a meeting from the 5th of March 2014. Do you see that?
Yes.
These are the minutes effectively whenever the appointment of the preferred bidder is approved, and if we could just look at some of those issues. So if we look to paragraph 61.1, see it states the committee received a previously circulated report confirming completion of the evaluation of tenders for the Royal Hospital for Sick Children and Department of Clinical Neurosciences at Little France.
Yes.
Then if we look on to 61.4, it's recorded the committee noted that the Scottish Futures Trust required 60% of the evaluation of final tenders had to relate to commercial stroke cost, and that 40% of the evaluation of tenders had to relate to quality. Do you see that?
Yes.
So is that effectively what you've told us, 60-40 split, but that's
Yes.
subject to the pass-fail questions that you've told us about? Thank you. If we then look on to page 6, towards the bottom of the page, 61.10, beginning Mr Cantlay.
Yes.
See that? It's Mr Cantlay representing Mott MacDonald advised the committee that as technical advisors for the re-provision of the Royal Hospital for Sick Children and Department of Clinical Neurosciences at Little France NPD project, he believed from a technical perspective that the technical evaluation had been carried out in a manner consistent with the evaluation methodology. From their involvement in this process, the considered scores awarded for the technical evaluation criteria seemed to be correct, and it appeared appropriate for the board to conclude the evaluation process and appoint the bidder identified as having the most economically advantageous tender as the preferred bidder. Do you see that?
Yes.
So again, Mr Cantlay from Mott MacDonald is attending the meeting and effectively saying from a technical perspective, he considered that the scores awarded were entirely appropriate.
That's right.
Thank you. Then if we look over the page onto page 7, paragraph 61.16.
Yep.
Mr Curry confirmed that all three bids had been of an acceptable quality.
Yes.
See that? And then if we pick matters up in 61.16, in the final sentence, 3 lines up, beginning everything possible.
Yes.
It states everything possible had been done to mitigate the risk of poor quality facilities and stroke or poor services being provided to NHS Lothian. Do you see that?
Yes.
So effectively, is that what was being told by Mr Curry again, that from his perspective, acceptable quality and everything possible done so that you're getting a high quality facility at the end of the day?
That's right.
Thank you. Then if we look to paragraph 61.18, Mr Curry also confirmed that all details had been clarified in the contract documentation, and the Chair reminded the committee that the Scottish Futures Trust had been members of the project board and signed off on all the process's key stage reviews.
Yes.
So again, is that recording that there's been all these key stage reviews with Scottish Futures Trust being involved in the process right up to this appointment of preferred bidder?
Yes, that's right.
Then if we look on to 61.20, Mr Cantlay confirmed that the scores were all appropriate and he was happy with the evaluation and satisfied that the preferred bidder was in full accordance with the requirements. Do you see that?
Yes.
Mr Cantlay obviously turns up, provides an overview of Mott MacDonald's views on the technical assessments. If you could just try to cast your mind back, like how much weight are NHS Lothian putting on the assurances that Mr Cantlay and Mott MacDonald are providing in relation to the technical assessment of the bids?
Those assurances, not just from Mr Cantlay and Mott's, but also from the legal advisors and the financial advisors were incredibly important to the board, because those, were given by the professional, so to speak. It's not to say that we didn't have professional expertise, but that the board was relying on that professional advice from each of those advisors to provide assurance on appointing the preferred bidder.
And are any of those advisors highlighting any risks or problems that had been encountered in relation to the bids and the bid of the preferred bidder in particular?
No, not that I recall at that point. It would have been, and I'm sure that if they had, it would have been captured in the minute.
Okay. If we look over the page onto page 8, paragraph 61.23, the committee agreed to note the outcome of the scored evaluation and the assurance statements provided by legal, technical and financial advisors, along with the completion of the key stage review, appointment of preferred bidder by the Scottish Futures Trust. And then 61.24, we see that the formal approval. The committee agreed unanimously, with no dissent from any members present, to approve the recommendation of the project team as endorsed by the project steering board, to appoint Integrated Health Solutions Lothian as the preferred bidder for the development of the Royal Hospital for Sick Children and Department of Clinical Neurosciences on the site at Little France, and to authorise the project director to issue the formal preferred bidder letter and the 2 associated unsuccessful bidder letters in order to formally commence the contract standstill period required under the relevant procurement regulations. Do you see that?
Yes.
So is that effectively the point, that there is the formal appointment of IHSL Lothian as the preferred bidder?
Yes. I can't recall whether we required the board to then formally sign that off, but the board would receive, if that was the case, and I'm sorry, I just can't remember, the committee would recommend to the board, but ultimately that was the key decision.
Thank you. Just before we leave this minute, there's just one further document that I'd asked to have in front of you. It's not in the electronic bundles, but there should be a copy available to you. It's a letter on Mott MacDonald headed note paper dated the 4th of March 2014 by Mr Richard Cantlay, addressed for the attention of Mr Brian Curry. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, it's headed in bold, re-provision of RHSC and DCN at Little France evaluation. We perhaps skip the first paragraph with the bullet points. You'll see a paragraph beginning, we believe. You see that?
Yes.
We believe, from a technical perspective, the technical evaluation has been carried out consistent with the evaluation methodology. From our involvement in this process, we consider the scores awarded for the technical evaluation criteria, design and construction and facilities management proposals to be appropriate. And it continues in the next paragraph. Therefore, from a technical perspective, it appears appropriate for the board to conclude the evaluation process and appoint the bidder identified as having the most economically advantageous tender. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is that the letters that were referred to, or one of the letters that were referred to in the minute? This is the one from Mott MacDonald.
That's
in
right.
the technical
Yes, and we'd have similar one from the legal and the financial advisors.
Thank you. If we can put those documents to one side. So at this point in time, we're in approximately March 2014. preferred bidder appointed, and then hopefully moving forward to financial
Yes.
close. Do you recall by the time we get to summer, and we'll come on to look at some of the minutes, but by the time we get to the summer of 2014, are there any issues emerging in terms of the relationship between NHS Lothian and the preferred bidder, IHSL?
Certainly by the summer, I was aware that there were tensions, and that I could certainly, sense the pressure from the team that things were becoming more difficult to progress, largely between the board and, I guess, Multiplex. There was some frustration that IHSL were, a contractual party, but we were dealing directly with Multiplex. So I was certainly aware of those tensions and was reporting them to the Finance and Resources Committee.
And at that point in time, we'll come on to look at the period after the summer, but how concerned are you about those tensions and the relationships? Is this just the ordinary tensions you'd have on a big infrastructure project, or at this point in time where there are alarm bells ringing in your head as SRO?
No, I don't. I probably round about the summertime, my recollection is that, I wasn't hugely alarmed as SRO because I thought it probably was the normal tensions because there was an awful lot of work to do before financial close. And I was also aware, that the timetable was really tight for financial close. So my assessment at that time, certainly in the summer, was that actually this was just a normal, the normal tensions that you would expect in a project of this nature.
Because if we take one example, one thing that IHSL had to do by financial close was produce room data sheets for every room in the hospital. And I think, as we'll come on to see, it became clear that that wasn't going to be achieved.
Yeah.
Was that something that was a matter of concern for you as SRO?
Not hugely, to be honest, because there'd been good progress made on the room data sheets. And although there were tensions, the teams were working together. It wasn't as if everyone, had walked away. So again, going back to what I said at the start, was, my focus was on keeping the momentum going and making sure that at all stages we were making progress. And we were making progress. It's just that it was slow. And it was clear that we were not going to be able to, there was a delay in getting all of the work for the room data sheets to be concluded by. So I was concerned, but no, I don't recall being hugely concerned.
Thank you. So if I can ask you to have in front of you, please, Bundle 8, page 11. Bundle 8, page 11, which should be a set of minutes for the Special Project Steering Board on the 22nd of August 2014. Do you see that? You attend that meeting. Then if we look to box 2 on the programme,
yes,
it says SG noted that NHSL had significant concern about the project programme.
Yes.
And that this meeting was an opportunity for IHSL to discuss project progress with the steering board. Being a major project, the milestones were in the public domain, and NHSL need to have confidence in IHSL to deliver this.
Yes.
Now, again, if we see a set of minutes in abstract saying that there's a significant concern, is that, though, to be put in the context of what you'd said, that yes, you were concerned, but you thought this was a concern that was of a standard nature for a major infrastructure project?
Yes, I guess what this is prompting is it goes back to the point that I made earlier, was my concern was the fact that we didn't have certainty on the programme. And I think what we saw over summer, through to late autumn, was we never had a programme that we had, a complete confidence in. So I recognised that this, there was a lot of work ongoing, and it wasn't, it was difficult and it took time. But it was the thing that created the most concern for me was the lack of confidence in the programme. because at the end of the day, I have to report back to the committee of the board and the board and try to give them confidence or assure them about the programme, and I wasn't able to do that. So that was really the thing that I guess exercised me the most.
Thank you. If we look on still within the minutes to page 12, you'll see a subheading underlined production of room data sheets.
Yes.
See that? So page 12, it states, RB noted that NHSL and the PB had reached agreement on the content of room data sheets RDS the day before, and so the production of RDS could begin, and that this was on track for completion by the 5th of September 2014. BC noted that NHSL are comfortable that 100% will not be completed for financial close, although the prioritisation of what was definitely required was still to be agreed. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, if it was stated within the procurement documentation, the ITPD, that the successful party had to complete 100% room data sheets by financial close, why had NHSL got to a point that they were comfortable waiving that requirement?
Largely because, primarily because we could then actually transfer the contractual responsibility for the production of those room data sheets into the contract that we had with IHSL post-financial close. So we weren't giving up on the requirement for room data sheets, but we were shifting the timeline for them.
Thank you. If we look over the page onto page 13, please. And if we could look to the second paragraph beginning there, RB stated, do you see that?
Yes.
So RB stated that there was a genuine mismatch in NHSL's and IHSL's expectations, where IHSL were being asked to deliver much more than in other projects and considerably more than was required for comfort of operational functionality. He felt this demonstrated a paranoia and lack of trust in IHSL. Again, if I could begin with just asking about this idea. Did you think that there was a genuine mismatch in what NHSL wanted as opposed to what IHSL was prepared to provide in the period up to financial close?
I thought that there was a mismatch between what NHSL required and what Multiplex thought should be provided. IHSL's perhaps sat on the fence a bit more, but there was definitely a mismatch between NHSL and Multiplex.
If Multiplex were going to be the design and build contractor
Yes.
for IHSL, we're not concerned at this point in the summer that there did seem to be this mismatch between NHSL, who's
Yes.
going to use the hospital, and the party that's being proposed to build the hospital.
Yes, but our sense of it, and my sense of it, was that Multiplex had come off a capital build project where the contractual responsibilities are different. And I thought that Multiplex hadn't fully understood the contractual responsibilities that an NPD brought. They had come to the project with the mindset that they were delivering a capital project, and they hadn't fully understood, and this is my view, personal view, they hadn't fully understood what was required to satisfy the requirements of an NPD project, and that commercially gave them challenges because they had, I assume, assigned a level of resource, a level of budget to on which they were taking a risk in advance of financial close, and that they had reached that level of resource and were, not prepared to expend any more in advance of having a formal contract. So that's what I was concerned about.
And did that mismatch in expectations, those concerns, did they get addressed and resolved before a contract signed?
They did, because the contractual responsibility that was shifted into the project agreement. So I guess that was the compromise that we all reached. Again, this is something you can see from the attendance at that meeting, that this was something we were all the parties were trying to resolve. And that was, from a board perspective, we were satisfied that our requirements were going to be met, albeit not before financial close.
And again, just in terms of what's stated in the minute, there's that statement towards the end recording that Mr Ballingall from IHSL was suggesting that there's paranoia and lack of trust in IHSL. Did that reflect your views of the relations between the parties at the time?
No, it didn't, because I understood that there was tensions, with the team and those that were on the ground, so to speak, doing the detail of this work were experiencing those tensions. But at a senior level, that was a difficult meeting, undoubtedly, but generally at a senior level, all the individuals were working together. So yes, that was a difficult meeting, but we all came together to try and resolve the issue. And so the tensions were normal, commercial tensions, timeline tensions, more than anything else at that point.
Thank you. If we then look approximately in the middle of the page, there's a paragraph beginning MB asked. Do you see that?
Yes.
So this is Mike Baxter from Scottish Government. MB asked if there was a common understanding of the requirements to sign off operational functionality, and BC responded that he didn't think that was the case. GW expressed his concern that the programme tabled was not achievable if IHSL were still looking to negotiate terms. Do you see that?
Yes.
So firstly, am I correct to understand that Mike Baxter from Scottish Government is at this meeting? Why was he at the meeting?
Because I suppose he's representing the sponsor government department, which was health. And we had clearly escalated our concerns. This was obviously not only a major strategic project for Lothian, it was a major strategic project for the government. And so Mike was our link person in Scottish Government, who also had significant expertise of PPP projects. So we asked him to join the meeting to facilitate the discussion, or to be part of the discussion. I guess also to recognise to let IHSL make them aware of how important this project was. I don't think there was any doubt, but it just emphasised it.
Again, so Mr Curry is telling Mr Baxter from the Scottish Government that he doesn't think that there is a common understanding and an operational functionality. Was that a concern, firstly, for Mr Curry and NHS Lothian?
Yeah. Yes, it was. I think it's this bit about, what the division between, the operational functionality and the detail of the design, the technical design, that seemed to be problematic at times.
And that lack of common understanding, was that a concern for Mr Baxter at this time?
It's difficult to speak for him. I think what I can say is that we were all concerned, but not unduly concerned. That at this point we were again trying to, deliver the project and bring all the parties together to find a way through to get to financial close. So concerned, but not to the extent we thought the project was going to fail.
Thank you. The next document I'd ask you to have in front of you, please, is Bundle 8 and page 89. So this is an email from Brian Curry to you dated the 23rd of September 2014. Did you see that?
It's not quite there yet.
So it should be Bundle 8, page 89,
and
it's an email from Brian Curry to you dated the 23rd of September 2014. And this is effectively an update that he provides to you in advance of a project steering board meeting. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we could look to the bold heading about 2/3 of the way down the page, that there's a bold heading derogations.
Yes.
Do you see that? Where Mr Curry states, we have a draft schedule from IHSL which is considerably longer than that submitted at final tender, and we hope to have out technical advisors' view today on how many are significant. Mm-hmm. There is a potential risk that under strict procurement rules, this extended list could be considered to be so different from IHSL's final tender that another bidder may challenge fairness. Do you see that?
Yes.
Firstly, do you recall what's recorded there, that the derogations, the changes that are being made are quite significant? Was that your understanding?
Yes, but at that point, so I do understand that, but at that point, Brian's only alerting me to a potential risk. It hadn't yet materialised because we needed a view from the technical advisors. So I took it in that spirit.
And in terms of the level of derogations, this is a snapshot in time. What was your understanding of the level of derogations by financial close? Were they standard, what you'd have expected in a project of this nature, or were they more significant than you'd have expected?
It's difficult for me to comment on that. I would be relying on, again, the view of the team, the technical advisors, SFT, everyone who was giving me advice about whether we were at a stage where we could reach financial close. So given that the advice was we could deliver financial close, then I'm assuming that, I can't recall, to be honest, but I'm assuming that we were satisfied that the level of derogations was not going to compromise procurement rules.
So again, should we understand that this is a snapshot in time, a potential risk being highlighted, but something that would have to be revisited at financial close?
Yes.
Thank you. The next document that I asked you to have in front of you, please, is within Bundle 8 at page 15, please. And that's a minute from a steering board commercial subgroup on the 31st, 2014.
Yes.
Now, you're recorded in the apologies, so I'm not taking you to this to ask you about what was agreed, but it's simply to try to jog your memory about what stage the project had reached by the period from October to Christmas, effectively in 2014. So, do you recall generally, before we look at the minute?
Sorry, Mr. McGregor, my fault entirely. Page 15, and are we still in Bundle 8? Or?
Bundle 8, page 15.
Thank you. Which
should be the steering board commercial subgroup minutes from the 31st of October 2014. Does your Lordship have that document?
Yes.
Thank you. So before we go on and look at the minute, we'd obviously looked at the period in the summer, whereby you'd said, yes, there were stresses, strains and tensions, but those were at a level that you would have expected on a major infrastructure project. What were relations like in October leading into the period to Christmas?
I think, if I recall correctly, again, all the parties were coming together to try and resolve issues, so that was positive. The thing that probably created the most anxiety from an NHS Lothian perspective was this issue, once again, of programme and not having a programme that there was confidence around in terms of the project actually being completed. So at this point, there was a significant amount of tension and probably borne out frustration from the board's perspective. Really, that was the key thing, is that we had been working with IHSL for some time and Multiplex, and we still didn't have, this close to financial close, we still didn't have certainty around the programme for delivery.
And the mismatch in expectations that was there in the summer, had that been resolved by this stage, or is that still a live issue?
I don't think I can't recall exactly. I think the key issue was the programme, the confidence around the programme.
Thank you. If we could look within the minutes just to see if any of it jogs your memory, if we could look to page 16, please. You see the first full paragraph, it states, GW stressed the importance of understanding if the 12th of December 2014 was really feasible,
Yeah.
as failure to meet this third attempt at financial close would make all parties look foolish. Like, was that a concern that was held by those within NHS Lothian, that really you just had to get to financial close or people are going to look foolish?
It was more an issue of this point is that we weren't able to say with any confidence, and it's so. Yes, I mean, I could understand George Walker's point is that, we had been advising that we were going to deliver financial close before Christmas. Having said that, around the committee, we had been very clear that we thought the timescale was challenging. But this meeting was really to bring some pressure to IHSL to resolve the issues, IHSL and Multiplex to resolve the issues. I'm not sure if I think Multiplex were there, but to resolve the issues and really to get to a position where we had confidence about financial close. I suspect at this meeting, and again, I can't recall, I wasn't there, but I suspect we all understood that it was unlikely we'd meet financial close before Christmas, but we needed some kind of certainty about what was achievable.
And if we look at the next full paragraph, it says all agreed that slippage into 2015 would cause significant problems for both the board and IHSL. Reputational risk was discussed. What was your understanding? What would the problems be of slippage into 2015?
It was largely the inflation. I can't exactly recall the detail, but there was a financial risk to the board that we would have to pick up the costs of it, the inflation beyond us. So that the project was priced based on price indices, and then the project, if it wasn't delivered, if financial close wasn't delivered within a time frame, then inflation applied. So I think that's what was the concern of the board, is that the cost of not just the board, obviously, but SFT and Scottish Government, that the cost of the project would rise.
Thank you.
But it was, again, it was yet another delay to the project.
You tell us within your statement that there effectively came a point that on the IHSL multiplex side, that your understanding was they had said, look, we're really not doing any more work, we're not spending any more money on this until a formal contract's put in place. Again, just thinking through the fact that there's the published procurement documents, there's the preferred bidder, completely open in terms of what people have to do, and then you have a party that's saying, I'm just not doing any more. How did matters get to that stage?
How did they get to that stage? That's a difficult one to answer. I do think, again, this is a personal view. I come back to the point I made that I think Multiplex underestimated what was, or hadn't properly understood what was required with an NPD project and how much work that would be required of them, and the resource implications of that before financial close. I really don't think they had fully appreciated that. But all the senior players had to come together and find a way through this to deliver the project. And that's, when you say, how did it get to this stage? That would be my assessment of why it got to that stage, because Multiplex had come off a capital project thinking that they were going into the same type of project, and without that full appreciation of their contractual responsibilities in advance of financial close. And
in terms of the timeline, really from the period from the summer onwards, you've talked about strained relationships, but people working together constructively to try to resolve matters. It seems though there comes a point whereby NHS Lothian are saying, this is what you need to do. And on the IHSL Multiplex side, they're saying we're not doing any more until we've got a contract in place. Roughly when do you recall that position being reached?
Oh my goodness, probably September, October time, I would have thought. I'm struggling to remember. It was a sort of continuum, of ongoing negotiation and discussion over the summer through into Christmas time. So it's difficult to pinpoint exactly when, we agreed a particular position. So my sense of it is that all the parties were working to deliver financial close, and a series of compromises were reached. And from the board's perspective, our focus was making sure that any risk associated with that compromise was mitigated by ensuring that the contractual responsibilities were covered off in the project agreement.
So in terms of breaking the deadlock, you talk about compromises.
Yes.
And you tell us that from your perspective, you were comfortable with the compromises because of the ultimate contractual documentation. Can you just talk us through your understanding? What were the key compromises, and what did you understand was happening in terms of the contract with them?
The key compromise was the level of design work that had to be delivered. That was the key compromise. And I'm struggling to recall whether the programme changed much in this period, because it changed, at different points. But that really was the key compromise, is the level of design work that was done in advance of financial close, which then was covered off in the project agreement for the board.
And in terms of these compromises that ultimately find their way into the contract, are those decisions that are being taken by NHS Lothian in isolation, or are other parties such as Scottish Futures Trust and Scottish Government involved in that decision-making process?
It was very much a joint working together with Scottish Futures Trust, the board, with Scottish Government being in the loop as well, and parties being comfortable that the risks for the public sector, had been mitigated, and that in order to deliver the project, we had to agree a slightly different profile of design work, and move away, I guess, from what would be standard practice for an NPD. So it wasn't just Lothian, and Lothian took assurance, and I as SRO took assurance from the fact that we had support and advice from Scottish Futures Trust, translated into their key stage review, that Scottish Government were very cited on the decisions we were required to make to achieve financial close. And I was able to give those assurances to the Finance and Resources Committee, and then to the board ultimately.
Thank you. In the period to financial close, obviously the project team and the technical advisors will be working on the granular level of detail. They'd be producing a range of documents, inquiries, including risk registers. Were those risk registers documents that you would see in your position as SRO?
At the project steering board, yes.
Yes. So if I could perhaps just ask you to have before you, within bundle 8, if we could look to page 84, please. So this is a Mott MacDonald document, design risks to the board to financial close. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it's the risks as at the 28th of January 2015. So if you see the first entry, it says M&E, the item's ventilation.
Yes.
And the risk impact is described as high, with the current mitigation measure being the single room with ensuite ventilation design shall comply with the parameters set out in SHTM 0301. The design solution should not rely in any way with the opening windows, as these will be opened or closed by patient choice. The critical factor from SHTM 0301 for infection control will be the resultant pressure within the room being balanced with or negative to the corridor. Isolation room ventilation shall comply with SHPN 04 supplement 1, with the final position being TBC to be confirmed. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have any recollection at this point, shortly before financial close, of being made aware that the ventilation system, the risk impact was high?
I don't recall that at all, I'm afraid.
But just if you were provided with risk registers, is this an item that you would simply think was part and parcel of the project, or is this something that you would think as SRO you should be concerned about?
At this point, again, if I recall correctly, then I would have seen this as just one of the issues that needed to be resolved. There were several issues that needed to be resolved. I got assurance from the fact that the risks had been identified, so they had been captured and were included in the risk register, and so all of the, we were cited on an issue that had to be resolved.
If I could ask you to have in front of you, please, bundle 9, page 3, which should be the key stage review that was completed in the pre-financial close stage, the pre-financial close key stage review. So bundle 9, page 3. Do you see that document?
It's coming up now, yeah.
Did you have an involvement in relation to the key stage reviews? Did you provide information to Scottish Futures Trust, or did you sign off on key stage reviews?
I would sign off on key stage reviews, so that the key players would be Brian Curry and Ian Graham.
So other witnesses have said that the way that a key stage review worked would effectively be information provided to Scottish Futures Trust. Scottish Futures Trust provided the key stage review, but that was also provided to you in your capacity as SRO to review and effectively sign off on it before it went further. Is that correct?
That's right. So by the time it came to me, all the parties were comfortable. I mean, there might have been dialogue with me in advance of getting to that stage if there was any particular issue that Ian or Brian needed a steer on or a view on. But generally, by the time it came to me, that all parties were comfortable with what was included in the key stage review.
Thank you. So if we look on to page 5, please. This is in the background section. Pick matters up about 4 lines down in paragraph 1.1, beginning the KSR process. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So the KSR process is designed to support the successful delivery of revenue-funded projects, whether delivered through the non-profit distributing NPD model or the hub initiative is design, build, finance and maintain projects by providing an assessment of the readiness of a project before it moves on to the next stage in the procurement process. Do you see that? Thank you. And then if we look on to page 11, please. Section 3, project requirements, box 2, is the procuring authority satisfied? Do you see that?
Yes.
Is the procuring authority satisfied that the preferred bidder solution satisfies its operational and functional requirements and delivers the project objectives, benefits and outcomes? Do you see that?
Yes.
That's recorded as yes. It says the detail of the design has been discussed with user groups to ensure clinical support, and the board confirms that it has received appropriate internal sign-off.
Yes.
And then item 3, please confirm the status of the technical documentation, i.e. design, construction and FM requirements. Is the procuring authority and are its advisors satisfied that further development / document production, if any, is achievable within the current project timetable? And the comment is, the board has confirmed that the technical documentation is at a level of development consistent with the current stage of the preferred bidder to financial close programme. The board advises that they are content with the documentation, subject to further development through RDD following financial close, and that the construction proposals are of sufficient detail to provide sufficient certainty to the board as to what is to be provided and to permit a timely start on site. The board has also confirmed that the FM service level specification is agreed and that the FM method statements have been completed and agreed. Do you see that?
Yes.
No, we don't see within the responses and the comments here, any of the risks, for example, that we saw in the risk registers, such as for the ventilation system, like why not?
I don't know why not. I would. My view is that it was because we were satisfied that because those risks had been identified, we had made sure that they had been put into the RDD process, and therefore there was a contractual process to deal with them that we were then satisfied. And I would also assume that there was nothing that in that bundle of risks that was so significant or that we didn't think could be resolved through further work in the RDD process. Otherwise, it would have been escalated. So I assume that there was a confidence that those issues would be resolved.
Thank you. And then if we look on, just for completeness, to page 19, box 6, do you see what are the key risks stroke outstanding issues that may have an impact on the affordability of the project, and what strategy is in place to manage these? Do you see that?
Yes.
And the comment is that the latest risk register for the project contains the following risk that is relevant to affordability: specification changes post-financial close. There is a process for dealing with change through the project board and the board's governance arrangements in place. Do you see that?
Yes.
So again, am I correct to understand that really what we see here is that the key risk that's being highlighted is merely if there's going to be a change in the specification after the contract's concluded?
Yes.
Thank you. In the period before the contract has been signed, in your position as SRO, were you aware of any potential risks in relation to the ventilation system design concerning a possible spread of MRSA or norovirus?
No, I wasn't.
Like that type of risk, is that something that would sit with the project team that they would deal with, or would that type of risk be something that you as SRO would want to know about to potentially escalate?
No, that would sit with the project team, provided they were confident that a solution could be found. It would only be escalated if it was something that the project team didn't consider could be resolved through further work. So the project team were happy to accept the risk because they had a mechanism for dealing with it and finding a solution.
Because again, just in fairness to you, if we could ask you to have in front of you bundle 8, page 71. Which is it's a Mott MacDonald document. This was an issue that was identified by Mr Colin McRae of Mott MacDonald in November 2014. And you see that the final entry there that says Mott MacDonald concern is that the room will be at a slight positive pressure relative to the corridor, which would allow infection such as MRSA or norovirus to spread. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, that issue, it's not in relation to critical care areas, but it's in relation to another aspect of the ventilation system. The inquiry's heard evidence that didn't get resolved for financial close. It was simply put in as reviewable design data.
Yes.
I appreciate you weren't aware of that issue, but is that something that you think as SRO you should have been aware of, or is that simply something for the project team to manage and deal with?
I think at this stage, I think there was multiple issues that still required to be resolved. So I would expect that those would sit with the project team at this stage. They were ultimately escalated, but after financial close.
But after financial
when a solution was problematic.
Yes. So just in relation to this issue, the final document I'd want to look at in relation to this matter is within Bundle 10, Volume 1, at page 283, please. So this is, you see in the top right-hand corner, NHS Lothian.
And we're not quite there yet.
Sorry, it's Bundle 10, Volume 1, page 283. Should have in the top right-hand corner the NHS Lothian logo.
Yes.
top left-hand corner, healthcare associated infection system for controlling risk in the built environment. So it's HEI Scribe, and it's from 19th November 2014. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing this document or having discussions with anyone about an HEI Scribe report from November 2014?
No, I don't.
Again, the reason I raise it is if we look on to page 286, see entry 2.2 at the top of the page. Is the ventilation system design fit for purpose? See that?
Yes.
Is the ventilation system design fit for purpose given the potential for infection spread via ventilation systems? It's ticked as no, and it says some concern has been raised in relation to a potential issue with ventilation with regard to negative stroke balance pressure in single bed rooms, awaiting drawings and further information to fully understand if there's a risk or issue. Do you see that?
Yes.
And again, just is that the type of issue that gets dealt with by the project team? You wouldn't be expecting that to be escalated to you in your position as SRO before you sign the contract?
No, I wouldn't. If there was a very significant concern, then I would have expected it probably to go up through the clinical line and, you know, if then to come to me, almost that route. But Red, it looks as if they're still trying to resolve the issue, and so I would expect the project team to attempt to resolve the issue first.
Thank you. The final document that I would ask you to have in front of you, it's again the full business case. So if we could go to Bundle 10, Volume 1, it begins at page 119, but if we could look on to page 156, please. And you see the subheading 4.1.10, final tender evaluation and appointment of preferred bidder.
Yes.
And then if we skip the first paragraph there's a second paragraph beginning. The technical submissions were evaluated by NHS Lothian expert users and Mott MacDonald technical advisors. Technical proposals were evaluated against quality-based criteria without sight of the financial submissions or knowledge of the outcome price evaluation. A copy of Mott MacDonald's letter on conclusion of the technical evaluation is attached at Appendix 6. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, within the full business case, we obviously see reference there to the evaluation that had been made by Mott MacDonald, but we don't see any of the issues in terms of the tensions with IHSL, the mismatch in expectations, any of the risks identified in the risk register, the HEI Scribe report that we've looked at. Why is none of that information being included in a full or a final business case?
Because it's part, I guess it's because it's part of, you know, the process of delivering those projects, and there is a mechanism, you know, that deals with the delivery of a management mechanism that deals with the challenges that any project faces. So, and yeah, I guess so. Finance and Resources would be checking that there was a system of, you know, a management system for looking at and evaluating risk, and would understand that there was. So it would, you know, there might have been something attached to the business case. I can't recall about, you know, that there was a risk register, but certainly in the business case, there would be an expectation that, in fact, I'm sure in the business case it will actually say what the delivery mechanism is, and so it would be captured in that part of the business case. I'm struggling to recall, to be honest.
Thank you. I think that the final issue that I'd really want to ask you at this stage is really just a sort of general issue or a general topic for your observations. NHS Lothian's position, as I understand it, is that there's an acceptance that there was an error in a spreadsheet, the
Yes.
environmental matrix. It's not spotted, and that creates a problem whereby the hospital doesn't open on time, significant remedial works and additional expenditure. We're focusing at this stage of the inquiry on the period from the procurement exercise to the conclusion of the contract. And really the issue that I'd ask for your observations on are, in a project of this nature, do you think there were issues that arose in the procurement exercise or in the contract that contributed to that issue, effectively the spreadsheet error not being spotted up to financial close?
I mean, it's with the benefit of hindsight, clearly a risk that was identified early on and became an issue all the way through the project and materialised. Your assessment would be there should have been some way of identifying key technical issues that potentially presented risk to the board at an earlier stage in the project. I mean, again, with the benefit of hindsight, I mean, ultimately, the board's system of control was identified that the risk had materialised when it came to do its own testing of ventilation before the hospital opened. So our systems of control worked, unfortunately, at the very late stage with terrible consequences. So there's clearly something about our systems of control that should have picked up that risk earlier, the significance of that risk earlier.
And I think that the final issue that I'd ask you, and it's really drawing on your experience having the role of senior responsible officer. Mm-hmm. And I'm now not talking about the project you work on, I'm talking about these types of projects in general. Do you think there are additional things that could be done on a project of this nature in the procurement and contracting stage to try to avoid those types of issues that arose in relation to the Royal Hospital for Children and Young People?
I think there have been changes made now within the health system, which is the establishment of NHS Assure. And so it is a different sort of environment now to what it looked like in 2010, 2012, 2014. I think that the significance of compliance with technical standards probably at that point had less emphasis than affordability. And that's probably understandable because there was a limited pot for doing a significant amount of capital works that are still required in the NHS in Scotland. So I think the weighting to affordability and the prioritisation of resources without anyone unintentionally had the consequence of having the sense that the technical issues were being dealt with technical people over here. And that's changed, as I understand it, because just before I left, NHS Assure had been established. So there is much more emphasis on the due diligence of delivering technical standards. Inevitably, that will bring a price to it.
Thank you. Ms Goldsmith, I don't have any further questions at the moment, but Lord Brodie may have questions or there may be applications from core participants. Lord Brodie, I know that's just before 11:30. Lordship might want to use this as an opportunity to have the coffee break. Any discussions that core participants want to have with me could take place at that point, if that's suitable to your Lordship.
We'll do just that. As Ms McGregor has foreshadowed, we want to give an opportunity for any legal representatives to raise any further questions if that's what they wish to do. We would normally break at 11:30 anyway, so we'll take we'll aim to sit again about 5 to 12.
Okay.
And I'll then ask you to come back in again, either to be told that there is a question or to be told that there's no questions. Directing myself to those following in the live stream. And I just apologize for the technical problem that we have this morning. I hope that we'll be able to solve that. And can I just repeat that all the documents that have been referred to but have not been displayed on the screen are, together with all documents in relation to this hearing, to be found in the inquiries document section of the inquiries website. That is with the exception of the Mott MacDonald letter of the 4th of March 2014, which Mr McGregor drew attention to at the beginning of the hearing. So my apologies for the technical problem. I trust it has not caused too much inconvenience. Right. Sorry. Oh, right. Yes, I'm just being reminded, and I'm grateful for the reminder that that letter is available in addition. So we'll sit again at about 5 to 12, and perhaps if Ms Goldsmith could be shown out.
Please stand.
Mr McGregor?
Lord Bury, there's 3 points of detail that I've been asked to raise, which I'm content to do. I'd anticipate it would take me no more than 5 minutes, but I'm not anticipating any applications being made by core participants.
Thank you. If Ms Goldsmith could be returned. Thank you for waiting. I understand that Mr McGregor perhaps has three points he wishes to clarify with you. Mr McGregor.
Ms Goldsmith, you'll be relieved to know there's just 3 small points of detail that I'd want to cover with you. I think the first was we're discussing the final or full business case and the issue of how risk was dealt with within that. And if I could ask you to have in front of you, please, Bundle 10, Volume 1, firstly, page 171. And it was really just to explore that issue of how the issue of risk is dealt with. So Bundle 10, Volume 1, page 171, you should see a table on the left-hand side. There's the green box, Project Delivery Group, NHS Lothian Project Management Executive plus Project Co-Leads. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the third bullet point there would state manage and report on risk. Do you see that?
Yes.
So again, just I had you noted saying that you thought that there would be somewhere that risk would be dealt with within the full or final business case. And do we see that being recorded there?
Yep.
And then if we look on to page 177, you see just at 6.6, there's a bold heading, risk management.
Yes.
Was that what you were told? You said, I think somewhere within the full or final business case, there will be a section on risk management. Is this the section that you were thinking of?
Yes, sorry, I had a mental block.
No, not at all. Thank you. We can put that document to one side, please. The next document that I'd ask you to have in front of you, please, is within Bundle 2, page 177. This is a document we haven't looked at before. It's produced by Davis Langdon, and it was a value for money assessment. And it's really looking at this point in time in relation to the reference design. I think you had said within your statement that you thought there had been approximately £2 million that had been spent.
Yes.
And you didn't want that money to be wasted. I guess the only point of clarification I'm asking for here is we see Davis Langdon identifying that for the reference design, is approximately £1.7 million. Are we talking about £2 million encapsulating that 1.7 million for the reference design, or are we talking about that sum being added to the £2 million?
No, the 2 million would include that, and the balance would be the project team.
So we're talking about a figure of approximately £2 million. Yes. We're not talking about a figure of £3.7 million, for example. No. Thank you. And then the final point is really just to ask you for some clarification on your understanding of the role of Scottish Futures Trust. That the inquiry has heard evidence from other witnesses that have described Scottish Futures Trust as having a role in the project because of their expertise in revenue-funded projects, but the SFT's role wouldn't extend to a technical evaluation or a technical assessment of solutions that were put forward in relation to the project. Do you have any observations? What was your understanding of Scottish Futures Trust's role on the project?
I mean, essentially they were, I guess, the guardians of the NPD project. So they both supported us in terms of the key stage reviews and ensuring that we followed the right processes with the right systems in place. Our evaluations were of different stages was appropriate. They provided how I would describe it as sort of professional advice, but not professional advice in that you got an indemnity sitting behind it. Professional advice because there's lawyers, there was Peter Reeky's an engineer, so they did bring a mix of professional experience, commercial experience, but they didn't have a responsibility for assessing the technical aspects of the project. They did help us, you know, when we got to later stages of the project on, which is post what the inquiry is looking at. They did help us on resolving some of the technical issues, but that was really because of the professional expertise that sat within SFT rather than it was because it was their responsibility. Is that clear?
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Yeah.
I don't have any further questions for you, but thank you for answering my questions today. Lord Brodie may have some questions, or equally there may be applications from the court participants, but thank you.
Now, first of all, can I take it that Mr McGregor has dealt with anything that was raised by any other legal representative? No, I don't have any further questions, and therefore you're free to go, Ms Goldsmith. But before you do, can I thank you for your attendance today, but also for the preparation that goes behind a witness statement, which is significant. So it's not just a question of a few hours of a morning, and I fully understand that. So thank you very much, but you're now free to go.
Okay, thank you.
Mr McGregor?
Lord Brodie, the next and final witness for this section of the inquiry hearings would be Mr Richard Cantley.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr Cantley. As you understand, you're about to be asked some questions by Mr McGregor, who's sitting opposite. But first of all, I understand you're prepared to take the oath.
Yep.
Sitting where you are, could I ask you to raise your right hand and repeat these words after me? I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that I will tell the truth,
that I will tell the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth.
nothing but the
Thank you
truth.
very much, Mr Cantley. Mr McGregor.
Thank you, Lord. You're Richard Cantley, is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
And Mr Cantley, you've provided a witness statement to the inquiry covering the period from the commencement of the procurement exercise to financial close in relation to the project for the Royal Hospital for Children and Young People in the Department of Clinical Neuroscience. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
For anyone following in the electronic bundles, Mr Cantley's statements in bundle 13 from pages 379 to 408. Mr Cantley, your statement's going to form part of your evidence to the inquiry, but you're also going to be asked some questions by me today. If at any point you want to refer to your statement, please just do let me know. If there's any documents that I want to refer you to, they should come up on the screens in front of you. If we've had some technical issues today, if for any reason you can't see any of the documents, please do just let me know.
Okay, thank you.
This isn't the first statement that you gave to the inquiry, and it's not the first time you've given evidence. You also gave evidence on the 20th of May 2022, at which point we covered quite a lot of the background to the project, your career qualifications and your involvement up to the period where the procurement exercise began. At that point, you covered off that you were a chartered civil engineer, that you'd worked for Mott MacDonald since 1998, and you outlined the experience that you'd had since the early 2000s on revenue-funded projects, and you outlined your role in the project as lead NPD procurement advisor. Is there any of those issues in terms of your career history that you want to update the inquiry on at this stage?
No, that's fine.
Thank you. Given that introduction, then, I'd really want to just begin by asking you questions about the procurement exercise itself, and to begin with the split in terms of the assessment criteria in terms of price and quality. So you tell us within your statement that there was a 60-40 split in terms of price to quality. Was that something that NHS Lothian were comfortable with, or was that something that they really would have preferred to be a different split?
So yeah, as I've set out in my statement, the 60-40 requirement really came from, as guidance from Scottish Futures Trust. And NHS Lothian did feel that, you know, putting 60% on cost and 40 on quality was probably too much focus on cost and not enough on quality. So there was a whole series of discussions exploring to what extent that could be changed and whether there could be, you know, more 50-50 or indeed more emphasis put on quality than there was on price. So they were concerned about that. There was a number of discussions with SFT, with the board, with advisors, etc. At the end, the end position was that the project evaluation criteria would work within that balance of cost and quality.
So NHS Lothian, in an ideal world, wouldn't have had a 60-40 split, but it came to be a 60-40 split on the project.
Yeah.
And certain witnesses have given evidence to the inquiry saying that to try to manage that risk, there was some pass-fail questions that were introduced to the scoring assessment. Can you just explain your understanding and involvement in the introduction of those pass-fail questions?
Yeah, so working within the 40% available for quality, we then, or the project then developed a whole series of technical evaluation criteria. So those were things that were important and needed to be evaluated as part of looking at 3 bids. There's quite a lot of those technical criteria because they cut across sort of strategic and management approach, design and construction approach, and facilities management. And therefore, the number of criteria, if you applied a weighting to all of them, it would have diluted down to numbers that were really quite low. So the rationale was that the weighting would be focused towards those criteria that were most important to NHS Lothian, with other criteria judged as, is it acceptable or is it not acceptable, and therefore didn't require any weighting.
It's again, just so I'm understanding matters, you have the scored 40% for quality, but before you get on to that, there's a series of pass-fail questions, correct?
Correct.
So that once you are into the 40%, there's already a baseline of quality for the tenderer to get through to that assessment stage because of the pass-fail questions.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you. So if we could just look, for example, to the invitation to participate in dialogue, you'll find that in bundle 2 at page 1005. So bundle 2, page 1005. You'll see a series of criteria and then the relevant weightings on the right-hand side. So if we look, for example, to C8 in the middle of the page, clarity, robustness and quality of M&E engineering design proposals, do you see that?
Yep.
And that's got a scored weighting of 1.06. And then we see C7 above that, clarity, robustness and quality of interior design proposals. That's got a weighting of 2.64. If you look to that in isolation, not looking at pass-fail questions, it might look like NHS Lothian were more interested in how things looked as opposed to how they functioned. But would that be an oversimplification because of the pass-fail element that you've described in your evidence?
It would be an oversimplification on that basis. It would also be an oversimplification on the basis that M&E, for example, isn't just necessarily scored under C8, because there's parts of the other questions that are also looking at M&E. C2, for example, design quality, C4, innovation. So, yeah, looking at it in that way would be an oversimplification, yeah.
So again, if we're thinking about mechanical and electrical engineering, we wouldn't just be looking to C8 and the 1.06%. You've given some other examples. For example, C4, the innovation, it would also be scored within that aspect of the weighted criteria.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you. We'll come back to look at the ITPD in a bit more detail in a moment, but we can put that to one side at this stage. If I could just ask you some questions about the revenue funded model itself. You mentioned within your statement that the key principle is that design risk sits with the private sector. Can you just explain what you mean by that in terms of why the key principle is the design risk sitting with the private sector?
So in PFI, PPP, NPD, whatever model is getting used, the key principles are that public sector are engaging a private sector partner to design, build, carry out an element of operational services and the financing. And one of the key criteria is that the design risk and design responsibility is sitting with the private sector. That is one of the key obligations under the contract, and that is what the NHS in this case are paying for the transfer of that design responsibility. If you look at early PPP or PFI projects, the output specification was very simple, very brief, and the point is that the procuring body are setting out their output specification, and you're employing the private sector to take on and carry out the design and very much take that design responsibility.
So again, just so I'm understanding things, the procuring authority would effectively set out their brief or what they wanted to achieve, but the design risk for achieving that brief would be pushed to the private sector in a standard revenue funded model.
That's correct. In terms of a healthcare project, the one clarification to that is in relation to operational functionality. That was the one bit of design responsibility that the NHS were taking back.
So general design risk sits with the private sector apart from what you've described as operational functionality.
All design risk except operational functionality.
Thank you. I want to come on and look in a bit more detail at some of the procurement documentation and some of the relevant provisions that ultimately come into the contract. At various points within your statement, you helpfully set out your understanding of why terms are included within the invitation to participate in dialogue, why certain terms are included within the contract. Should we understand, though, you're providing your observations to be helpful to the inquiry? You would presumably recognise that some of those views might be controversial in terms of the views of others?
Yeah.
And that equally, you're not trying to give any form of expert opinion, you're simply giving your subjective view as someone who works in this space and worked in this particular project.
Correct.
And again, presumably you would accept that in terms of, you've explained the generality of where risks should sit in a revenue funded project, but the specific risks for any specific project would be governed by the individual terms of an individual project agreement.
Exactly, the project agreement sets that out.
Thank you. So if I could begin by turning to the invitation to participate in dialogue, you tell us that there are, I think, perhaps two key volumes that go out with the invitation to participate in dialogue. There's volume 1, which you describe as the guidance, and then there's volume 3, which you tell us would be drafted with a view to inclusion within the final contract. So if we take each in turn, volume 1, guidance, in a revenue funded project, what are you trying to do with that part of the invitation to participate in dialogue?
So effectively, volume 1 is a procurement document. So that is, its purpose is served during the procurement process. It doesn't have any ongoing purpose once the contract is entered into. So what that document is doing is explaining to bidders it's introduced in the suite of documents that are included in the tender documents. It's setting out the procedures that need to be followed through the procurement process. It's setting out what information bidders are required to submit at what particular stages in that procurement process. It's setting out timescale. It is setting out, it's introducing some of the key contractual terms in a very high level way. It is setting out the criteria and evaluation methodology in terms of what the criteria are, how they will be evaluated, and the weighting assigned to that. So it's effectively setting out the rules for the competition and how the procurement process will be run over that period.
And contrast that with Volume 3. What's Volume 3's purpose?
Volume 3, at the start of the procurement process, is the effectively what is envisaged to form the board's construction requirements in the final contract, subject to being amended to reflect the development of the process and the final negotiation of the contract terms with the preferred bidder. So it's drafted in a way which shows how it will fit in at the financial close, but recognising that there may be some changes to it.
Thank you. Now, in relation to the invitation to participate in dialogue for the project for the Royal Hospital for Children and Young People, is that a document that Mott MacDonald had involvement in producing?
Sorry, which document did you refer to?
The invitation to participate in dialogue for the project for the Royal Hospital for Children and Young People, was that a document Mott MacDonald had involvement in producing?
Yeah.
Can you just explain Mott MacDonald's involvement and any specific involvement you had in the production of that document?
So if we look at those two separate volumes, so Mott MacDonald, so Volume 3, Board's Construction Requirements, Mott MacDonald would have developed a number of drafts of that as it came to developing it fit for inclusion. And those drafts would have been reviewed with the relevant members of the NHS Lothian team, so technical sort of representatives from the NHS Lothian team. In terms of Volume 1, so that is effect. So the board's construction requirements is a technical document. So that would have been Mott MacDonald and the NHS Lothian technical people developing that. Volume 1 is a more general document. It includes technical components, it includes financial components, it includes legal components, and it includes general components. And from memory, we led the drafting of it and incorporated input from other advisors. So the bit that we drafted in terms of that Volume 1 were the technical components, and then the lawyers would do the legal components and the financial components. Again, the process of developing that is develop it, and then it gets reviewed by NHS Lothian. They feed in, and it ends up being a finalised document. I think your question was also my particular involvement.
Yes, but I think you've helpfully explained sort of general view in terms of Mott MacDonald are involved, but there's a team of people. I think I'd be interested in your view, just given that there is a team of people that are involved. What's your role in relation to the invitation to participate in dialogue?
So at that stage of the process, I was quite heavily involved. This was pre-ODU. So I would have been involved in a couple of particular areas, setting out or agreeing with other advisors in NHS Lothian some of the mechanics of the procurement process. For example, what are we going to do in terms of using a reference design as part of the procurement process, and then reflecting that in the tender documents. I had somebody in the Mott MacDonald team who was holding the pen, so to speak. So they were drafting it. I was quite heavily involved in, developing the concepts of how the procurement would be run from a technical perspective with lawyers, with financials, and of course with Lothian. So quite heavy involvement in terms of Volume 1. Volume 3, from memory, either Andrew Scott or Andy Duncan from Mott MacDonald were taking more of a lead in that, because that's a very technical document. So my role wasn't necessarily of a technical, specific technical discipline input, i.e. I wasn't providing architectural input or M&E input or civil structural input. I was more leading the commission, and so they were involved in drafting that with NHS Lothian.
Okay. So did you have effectively overall responsibility as the lead technical advisor, but there were people below that level providing the technical input, for example, on architectural input or on mechanical and electrical engineering.
Yeah, there's a whole team of technical disciplines here.
Okay, thank you. Well, I want to look at some of the provisions within the invitation to participate in dialogue, but if we get to a point whereby you say, I didn't really have any involvement in that provision, I don't know, you'll have to ask someone else, please do just say at that point. Okay. So if we could begin within bundle 2, if we look to page 773. So this should be the ITPD. So we're beginning with volume 3. And if we could look on to page 781, please. If we look to page 781, you'll see we've got the definition, a defined term of environmental matrix, which says means the environmental matrix, which details the room environmental conditions requirements of the board required within each department stroke unit, stroke space, stroke area. The title is Reference Design Envisaged Solution RHSC stroke DCN Environmental Matrix, version 3rd issue as set out in Appendix C of this Section 3 Board's Construction Requirements of Schedule Part 6, Construction Matters as varied, amended or supplemented from time to time in accordance with the project agreement. Do you see that?
Yeah.
The first issue that I'd ask is environmental matrix is a defined term, but it's referring to a specific document, albeit as varied, amended or supplemented. Why is it referring to a specific document, a specific environmental matrix, as opposed to a document that was to be produced by prospective bidders?
Because that is effectively referring to the version, the draft version that existed at that time, with a view to showing bidders where it would end up, the final environmental matrix would end up in the contract.
Okay. So was the intention, when this document is being drafted, was the intention ever that the specific document would form part of the contract in an unamended form?
Sorry, this specific document?
So, sorry, I mean the environmental matrix. So the environmental matrix is referring to a specific document in a schedule to this document. Was it ever intended that that in specific environmental matrix, unamended, was going to end up in the final contract?
Not this one, no. It was envisaged that the environmental matrix to reflect the design done by the preferred bidder would.
Thank you.
Mr Cantlay, it's entirely my fault. I'm somewhat deaf. Could I encourage you just maybe to speak a little? The microphone should help. As I say, it's me, not you, but if you could help, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Maybe we have that answer to the question, which is, I think the question was put as, was the environmental matrix intended to be part of the contract?
Again, it's my fault. It wasn't a well-worded question, but I was asking whether the specific environmental matrix included as a schedule to that part of the invitation to participate in dialogue, whether it was ever intended that that would be included in an unamended form in the final contract. And my understanding of Mr Cantlay's response was he said it wasn't, it was always to be developed, but just that's to provide the context before Mr Cantlay provides his response.
Yeah, so my response to that was that it was envisaged there would be an environmental matrix included in the contract, but that would be the environmental matrix developed by the preferred bidder to reflect their bidder-specific design. So the draft environmental matrix wouldn't have ended up in the final contract.
Thank you. If we could then look on to page 791, please, and it's section 2, project-wide requirements. So it begins, the board's vision is to provide high-quality, patient-centred services from modern facilities. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Then if we look to the next full paragraph, it says Project Co shall ensure the design complies with the general ethos detailed here, whilst also addressing the detailed requirements listed in the following clauses. It shall be noted that the requirements detailed are not exhaustive and it is recognised that specific clinical needs will determine the nature and design of facilities in some areas. Then if we skip the next two paragraphs, you'll see a paragraph beginning Project Co shall ensure. You see that?
Yeah.
Project Co shall ensure that the design of the facilities draws upon and endeavours to further develop, improve and exceed current best practice and good industry practice, standards achieved in other similar schemes, and meets the requirements of the prospective patient groups, staff and the public. So just before we go on and look at the detail, is this effectively a summary of what NHS Lothian wanted to procure, which was high quality modern facilities that would at least meet current industry practice and ideally exceed current best practice?
Correct.
We look on to bundle 2, page 792, please. Towards the bottom of the page, there's a bold general heading 2.2, general requirements of the board. You see that?
Yes.
And then there's subheading B, which makes reference to adherence to the requirements set out in Cell 19/2010, Policy for Design Quality for NHS Scotland 2010 revision published by the Scottish Government. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall why, as a general requirement, there was this reference to Cell 19/2010 and a policy for design quality for NHS Scotland?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
So I was just saying, we see here that there's an entry, general requirements of the board, and there's a requirement for adherence to the requirements set out in Cell 19/2010. I was just asking if you recall why there was a requirement for an adherence to Cell 19/2010. Do you recall why this provision was included in the ITPD?
Well, because it was a cell that was, in existence at the time that, had an influence on those doing the design of healthcare facilities, and therefore it was relevant to include it as something that should be complied with.
Okay. And when we say should be complied with, who's got to comply with Cell 19/2010?
Well, the Project Co have to comply with everything that's set out in the board's construction requirements.
Thank you. So when we see that they're saying adherence to Cell 19/2010, that is telling Project Co they need to adhere with Cell 19/2010. That was the intention behind that provision.
Correct, yeah. And the opening paragraph to it refers to Project Co shall ensure.
Thank you. If we look on to page 794, please. You see a bold heading at the top, 2.3 NHS requirements. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it states, in addition to the standards listed in paragraph 2.4 of this subsection C, unless the board has expressed elsewhere in the board's construction requirements a specific and different requirement, the facility shall comply with, but not be limited to, the provisions of the NHS requirements, as the same may be amended from time to time. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then there's a list, and if we pick up at H, you'll see HTMs and SHTM. Do you see that?
Yep.
And then below that, there's P, health department letters or management executive letters as appropriate, published by SEHD and SGHSCD. Do you see that?
Yes.
It was really just to try to pick up on the wording there. There's a range of standards and NHS requirements, but what we see at the top, it says that these should be complied with unless the board has expressed elsewhere in the board's construction requirements. Can you understand why was that wording included?
The wording which says unless the board has expressed.
Yes.
I guess that this is setting out a general set of obligations, and I guess it's just flagging that if there is a conflict, then that's given the all-encompassing nature of that list. If there's something specific that has been set out which is different to that in the BCRs, then it's just flagging that issue.
Again, if we just think back to the provision we looked at a moment ago, which talked about meeting or exceeding current best practice, as far as you're aware, was there ever an intention on the part of NHS Lothian that there would be a lower standard than the provisions set out there? So, for example, a lower standard than HTM or SHTM?
No.
If I could ask you to look on, please, to page 799. You'll see it 2.5, there's a bold heading, hierarchy of standards. So that's bundle 2, page 799. Do you see that?
Yes.
We'll come on and look at the detail, but can you just explain your understanding of why within an ITPD or within a revenue-funded project agreement would you see a hierarchy of standards? What's the purpose of such a provision?
Well, this paragraph here is primarily associated with the complexity that surrounded the project in terms of this was putting a new revenue funded project onto a site which already had a revenue funded hospital on it. And this was really recognising that in relation to the project there was specific requirements that had to be adhered to, which aligned with the agreement that NHS Lothian had with the provider of the other PFI project. And therefore, quite uniquely, this was specific interface requirements which had to be complied with. And so this is really recognising that issue, that site-specific issue. It's all to do with construction access, access strategy, drainage, etc., where it is interfacing with the existing operations.
This provision 2.5 hierarchy of standards, is that specific to this project, or is that a general provision that you'd find in a revenue-funded project agreement?
Well, this whole section, because of the suite of guidance that exists on healthcare projects, there is that this whole section is really trying to clarify what happens in the event of any contradiction between different sets of guidance. But paragraph 1 there, so I would expect to see this on every project, but paragraph 1 there is very specific to do with the interface arrangements with the existing revenue funded project.
So if we look to paragraph 2, beginning where contradictory standards, do you see that?
Yeah.
So it says, where contradictory standards stroke advice are apparent within the terms of this section 3 of Schedule Part 6 construction matters, and the appendices then subject to the foregoing paragraph, then 1, the most onerous standard stroke advice shall take precedence, and 2, the most recent standard stroke advice shall take precedence. When the more onerous requirement is to be used, the board will have the right to decide what constitutes the more onerous requirement. Do you see that?
Yes.
So if there was, and you've said complicated project, lots of different provisions, if there's 2 provisions, one's got a higher standard, one's got a lower, what was the intention behind this clause, which takes precedence?
The higher standard.
I can ask you to look on, please, to page 814. Towards the bottom, you see a section 3.6.3 room data sheets. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says, Project Co shall provide facilities that as a minimum meet all the requirements specified in the room data sheets included in this Schedule Part 6, Section 6. Room data sheets not included in Schedule Part 6, Section 6 shall be provided through RDD. Project Co shall provide fully developed room data sheets submitted to the board as reviewable design data for review by the board in accordance with Schedule Part 8 review procedure and Clause 12.6 of the project agreement. Then over the page, as part of the commissioning process, Project Co shall be responsible for demonstrating compliance with the requirements included within the room data sheets. For the avoidance of doubt, Project Co shall provide mechanical ventilation, comfort cooling and air conditioning to suit the functional requirements of each of the rooms in the facilities, irrespective of the ventilation requirements in room data sheets, where rooms are clearly intended to be occupied and/or become internal spaces during design development. Natural ventilation is not possible. Mechanical ventilation and/or extract ventilation shall be provided as appropriate to suit the function of the space. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, at this stage, we'll come on to look at it. The inquiry understands that room data sheets hadn't been provided by NHS Lothian to prospective tenderers. So what was the intention behind what we see in 3.6.3 about room data sheets?
Can we just go back to 814, please? Yeah, so what this clause is effectively saying is that at a point in time, there will be a set of room data sheets. If they haven't yet been developed at the time of execution of this contract, then they need to be developed. And as with any design developed under the contract, it should be put through the reviewable design data process. So that's those two paragraphs. And then if we could go back to, thank you. And then it's then effectively saying Project Co shall comply or demonstrate compliance with the room data sheets. And then this last paragraph is adding a point of clarity around about, quite a technical point around about mechanical ventilation. Not sure if I'm answering your question, am I?
No, that's helpful. It was really just to pick up on that last point, the point about if you're having mechanical ventilation, then it's to be appropriate to the function of the space. Why was that specific wording included?
Just for extra clarification, I guess, in relation to mechanical ventilation, to be absolutely clear. But not being a M&E engineer, I can't comment on the technical reasoning behind it, other than it appears to be some extra clarification round about mechanical ventilation.
If I can ask you to look on within Bundle 2 to page 873, please. You see the bold heading towards the bottom, 8 mechanical and electrical engineering requirements. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the first section states Project Co shall provide the works to comply with the environmental matrix. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, as I understand it, your position in your witness statement is that the environmental matrix was simply provided to bidders as a document that they may or may not find helpful, but it certainly wasn't a binding client brief that they had to comply with. It wasn't a mandatory requirement. Can you just explain why do we see it at 8 if the environmental matrix isn't a client brief or a mandatory requirement? Wording saying Project Co shall provide the works to comply with the environmental matrix.
Because it was anticipated there would be an environmental matrix, and that would be the environmental matrix developed by the preferred bidder to reflect their specific design. So again, it's as per the point that we referred to 5 or 10 minutes ago. This would be the environmental matrix reflecting the actual design, not the reference design.
And it's back to that point we spoke about, that although environmental matrix is a defined term referring to a specific document, you're telling the inquiry that your understanding is it would be that document as developed by the prospective tenderer.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you. Just for completeness, if we read on within Bundle 2, page 873, after the text I'd taken to at the bottom, it continues, Project Co shall, in carrying out the works comply with the following non-exhaustive list of mechanical and electrical requirements. Project Co shall provide mechanical and electrical systems that help create a state-of-the-art building with innovative design. And then over the page onto page 874, just above the bold heading 8.1 minimum engineering standards, do you see wording beginning for the avoidance of doubt?
Yes.
Which states, for the avoidance of doubt, the hierarchy of standards and advice detailed in paragraph 2.5 shall apply to this paragraph 8. Do you see that?
Yes.
So is that referring back to the hierarchy of standards provision that we'd already looked at?
Yes.
Saying that even if you're within mechanical and electrical engineering requirements, that's still going to be subject to the hierarchy of standards set out in paragraph 2.5.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you. If I could move on within bundle 2, please, to page 942, which should be the invitation to participate in dialogue, but this time volume 1. Do you see that?
Yes.
If we look on to page 951, you see towards the bottom, 4 entries up from the bottom, there's the defined term environmental matrix again.
Yes.
And it says environmental matrix means the matrix contained in ITPD volume 3, schedule part 6, section 3, appendix C. Do you see that?
Yes.
We've now moved into the general section of the guidance. Why do we see the environmental matrix being defined as the specific document within schedule 3 as opposed to an environmental matrix to be developed by a prospective bidder?
Because the draft environmental matrix was housed in that volume for the purposes of issuing the tender, with the anticipation it would be replaced. So this is just talking to the same environmental matrix.
The intention was it's still referring to the specific document, but in the context that when you looked to volume 3, that would be the environmental matrix to be developed by the prospective tenderer.
Correct.
Thank you. If we look on, still within bundle 2, to page 953, towards the very bottom, I won't read it out, but there's a section on operational functionality. Do you see that?
Yes.
And again, is that what you explained both within your witness statement and at the start of your evidence about operational functionality being an important term in relation to revenue-funded project agreements for all the reasons you outlined in your evidence?
Correct, yeah.
If we look on to paragraph 2.5 on page 963, you should see a bold heading 2.5 reference design and mandatory reference design requirements. Do you see that?
Yes.
Before we look at the text, can you just explain what was the intention? What were to be mandatory reference design requirements?
Well, to stay in line with the risk allocation associated with a revenue-funded project, whereby all design risk is effectively passed to the private sector provider, with the exception of the operational functionality, which is the part of design risk which the NHS take back. This was effectively trying to be clear that those mandatory elements are aligned with what is considered to be that operational functionality, design responsibility. So in effect, it is the spatial arrangement, it is the relationship of departments, it is the relationship of rooms, etc. All as set out in those design deliverables in the 3 bullet points.
Again, if we just look at the text, so the third full paragraph beginning, the mandatory elements of the reference design, do you see that?
Yes.
The mandatory elements of the reference design, the mandatory reference design requirements are those elements of the reference design relating to operational functionality. Definition used in the NPD project agreement is being applied to define the agreed operational functionality included in the reference design and is generally set out in the following constituents of the reference design. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, within those bullet points, there's departmental adjacencies, departmental layouts, generic and key room layouts. There's no reference to the environmental matrix. Was that deliberate or was that an oversight?
Deliberate.
And again, the answer might be obvious from what you've said, but why do we not see environmental matrix being included as a mandatory reference design requirement?
Well, for two key reasons. Primarily because that is one of that is all about the design responsibility and design risk, and it does not relate to operational functionality.
If we look on, please, to page 965, you see a bold heading 2.5.3 room data sheets. Do you see that?
Yes.
So it says standard format room data sheets have not been prepared by the board for the project. The specific room requirements, the room information, are detailed in a combination of the following documents: the board's construction requirements, the environmental matrix, and it continues on. And then below the bullet points, it says during dialogue, bidders will be required to develop room data sheets incorporating the room information for those rooms for which 1 to 50 layout drawings have been prepared. For the avoidance of doubt, this shall include all key rooms and generic rooms in addition to those rooms identified in the table at paragraph 2.5.2 above. The room data sheets will form part of the bidder's proposal. The preferred bidder will be required to complete room data sheets for all remaining rooms prior to financial close. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, if the environmental matrix was simply a document produced to try to be helpful, but it couldn't be relied upon by prospective tenderers, why do we see room information from which room data sheets are to be produced, including the environmental matrix? Why was that included?
So if you read this section in conjunction with, I think it's C 8.3, where it's made clear that the environmental matrix is in draft format, what this is effectively doing is being clear that the room data sheets need to be developed by Project Co, or the preferred bidder, or the bidder in sort of the run-up to financial close, as the party who have the design responsibility and design risk under the contract. This is then being clear that, or clarifying that there are elements that have been developed as a result of the reference design. And as I say, in the case of the environmental matrix, it is in draft format as clarified with specific instructions under C.83 in the appendix round about the fact it's draft and what bidders need to do in terms of revising it to show their proposed changes to it. And then this is then saying, as part of developing the room data sheets, they should, look at the requirements as set out in these documents.
If we then look just below that, there's 2.6 indicative elements of the reference design. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And it says, during the preparation of the mandatory reference design requirements, other information has been generated both as a byproduct of preparing the reference design itself and as a general project requirement as follows. Various documents set out, including Roman numeral 3, building services, engineering, solutions. And then below the Roman numerals, main paragraph, such information is issued to the bidders for information only so that they may understand the intent of the reference design. It'd be interesting if you use building services, engineering, solutions. What type of documents and information was that aimed at?
Well, anything relating to the building services of the building. So ventilation, electricity, lighting, water, etc. So effectively everything relating to the building services that are the mechanical and electrical services within a hospital.
But again, just so I'm understanding you correctly, if we're talking about this clause, indicative elements that were provided for information only, that would include the building services, which would include mechanical engineering information. Would that include the information provided within the environmental matrix?
Yes.
If we look on still within the ITPD to page 1054, please. You see towards the bottom of page 1054, C8.3, do you see that?
Yeah.
Is this the provision that you talked about earlier when you said you've also got to consider C8.3?
Yes.
So if we look at C8.3, so it's page 1054, then over the page onto 1055. States, whilst bidders are required to undertake their own design, the board has provided a draft environmental matrix as part of the ITPD documentation. Bidders must confirm acceptance of the board's environmental matrix, highlighting any proposed changes on an exception basis. Do you see that?
Yes.
What was the intention behind that provision being included in the ITPD?
So the intention behind that is, firstly, there is a draft environmental matrix which has been developed as part of the reference design that bidders should provide can we just go up a page, please? Just to see the first. Yeah, okay, down again. Thank you. Yeah, so bidders are responsible for the building services. They are responsible for developing an environmental matrix to reflect their actual design. And the reason we effectively asked for highlighting proposed changes is this environmental matrix is a very detailed document with many rows, many entries, huge amount of data. So rather than bidders providing a from scratch environmental matrix, which then the board would find, it would be a really hard job to work out what was in there. The idea was that if we used the draft environmental matrix, it then gave a good indication of where bidders' proposals varied from that baseline.
So again, just so I'm understanding you, in terms of if the question was posed, well, environmental matrix, it's for information only, it can't be relied upon, what's the point in providing it? Am I correct in thinking your response from the answer you've just given as well? It's a huge document with lots of technical information, so it's easier just to see how it's being marked up as opposed to getting some proposal provided in a different format from scratch.
Yeah, so it existed, so then it was used as a procurement tool to help with the evaluation.
We'll come on and look at this in a bit more detail. Just at that general level then, if a prospective tenderer marks up the environmental matrix, makes changes to it, is that going to be something in and of itself that's a red flag for someone reviewing tenders when they come in?
Not a red flag, no. It would be viewed as, being able to understand what proposed, what their proposals are, and being able to be clear about how that varies from a baseline that was provided in the tender document.
Because certain core participants before the inquiry, their position is that their understanding of the intention of the environmental matrix was that it was effectively a fixed brief that they were provided with, that they couldn't change it, and if they did change it, that would negatively impact on their scoring. Am I correct in thinking your position would be that that wasn't the intention behind the drafting of the document?
No. I mean, the mandatory requirements, as we just looked at, were clear about, which bits of the reference design were mandatory. So, yeah, no, that wouldn't be my interpretation.
And in terms of the environmental matrix itself, as we covered off the last time you gave evidence, developed by Hulley and Kirkwood as opposed to being developed by Malt MacDonald directly. But was that a document, the environmental matrix, that is it just produced by Hulley and Kirkwood in isolation, or has it been developed in conjunction with NHS Lothian and their clinical teams and user groups?
So the original development of the environmental matrix took place under the BAM contract, I believe, which was prior to my involvement. So this would have been, I think, in 2010. And then once the project transferred from a capital funded project into a revenue funded project, then there was a ring fence design team, reference design team, working that through. So my understanding was that, originally, or I would anticipate that originally, having not been involved, that yes, it absolutely would have been reviewed in conjunction with the parties you just said. And then in the reference design team, which was ring fence, so I didn't have any exposure to that because we were deliberately trying to separate that design team from the people involved in designing and developing the procurement documentation. But again, my anticipation was that, there was users from NHS Lothian involved in that design work.
Thank you. Final document I want to look at in...
So just that I've understood the answer. So your understanding, although the work was done prior to your involvement, was that there was NHSL clinical input into the Hulley and Kirkwood draft of the environmental matrix.
Yeah, so sorry, just to be clear then, having not been involved, I would anticipate that there would have been. Whether there was or not, I can't say, as wasn't involved, but I anticipate there would have been, yeah.
Right. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. McGregor.
No, thank you, my Lord. The next document I wanted to look at was in bundle 4 at page 131 first, please. Bundle 4, page 131. This is the environmental matrix itself that got issued with the invitation to participate in dialogue. But just to look over onto the guidance notes section on page 132. And to guidance note 1, if we could zoom in because it's quite small text. So you see guidance note 1, it says, this workbook is prepared for the reference design stage as an easier reference tool to replace ADB, RDS, M&E sheets for the environmental criteria elements as described on these sheets. Do you see that?
Yes.
What was the intention behind providing that guidance note to prospective tenderers?
Again, because I wasn't involved in the reference design, because it was a ring-fenced team, I can't answer categorically, but my reading of that design note is that guidance note 1 isn't necessarily drafted with the MPD bidders in mind. I think it is talking about, I think it's, written in the context of the reference design. I don't think it's necessarily written in a way which is an instruction to the bidders, would be my interpretation, but that's just reading it here and now.
It's just particularly the section that says, as an easier reference to replace ADB, RDS, M&E sheets. Do you see that?
Yes.
Because it is another way of looking at that it could be that it's replacing all the detailed technical information that you would see if a procuring authority had provided a full suite of room data sheets.
Yes, I think this is saying that they've captured the data, which you could put on the the room data sheets in the environmental sheet, or you could put them in another format. In this case, the format is the environmental matrix, and I think they're just explaining that as doing a reference design, they have populated this information into an environmental matrix rather than populating it onto room data sheets. I think that is what that guidance note is saying. And it's, as I say, I think it's a guidance note in the context of the reference design, not necessarily thinking about how the reference design is then going to be used in a procurement or otherwise. That would be my reading of it.
My understanding again of your evidence is that the intention wasn't that this would be a briefing tool. That if that's what happened or how it was interpreted, that wasn't the intention behind including that wording in the invitation to participate in dialogue.
No, I don't believe so, no.
Thank you. Lord Bury, I'm conscious that's just after 1 o'clock. I think we'll definitely finish this afternoon, but I do have some way to go now, maybe a convenient time to take a break.
We usually take a break at 1 o'clock, Mr Cantlay, so if you could be back for 2.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please stand.